Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Nerd Street Gamers, Overwatch Weekly, Monthly, you call it what you want, but we know what it is. We're only playing control maps today, and it is going to get chaotic. This one's going to be proudly brought to you by the U.S. Marine Corps, the few, the proud, the Marines. If you guys want more info on them, check out Marines.com. Been doing fantastic stuff for a very long time, and very proud to have them as a partner here at Nerd Street. Now, though, it's time to get into the meat and potatoes, Mox. I'm excited for this one. This is gonna. I love these one map type formats. They're just too much fun.
I mean, control maps as well. You know, there's one thing that every single control map has in common. Doesn't matter which one we go to, the fights, it's never going to end. They're just going to come in with dive. They're going to just get back into that point as quickly as possible, die again, and then just get into the fight again. So that first fight, it's going to be a real decider on how the rest of that map goes on.
Yeah, I mean, let's put it this way. We're expecting a lot of dive. We're expecting scrappy fights. And in this tournament, it's actually odd, right? The last time that we got to cast, I believe, was over whenever we were doing escort maps. And now coming to this one, a lot more teams, a lot more competition. It's pretty stiff out here. Ryder Esports is back with their just, quite frankly, just stacked out the wazoo roster. But Last Hope, Flat Mouse Gang, 8 Burst, I saw Pogfish floating around here. All really, really solid teams.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which one of these guys steps up to the plate, because obviously Ryder Esports are the favorite in this competition. A lot of pedigree, contenders, players all together in one big sort of fantasy football drafted team, right? You take a little bit from Australia, a little bit from America. Just add a couple little bits of spice in there and some salt, some sugar, and boom, there you go. Extremely powerful Overwatch team. But we do first have to figure out which of these teams are going to be climbing up that upper bracket and which of them are going to be dropping down to the losers. This being a double elimination bracket door. So you do get 2 chances to prove yourselves, and I for one am extremely looking forward to seeing how teams approach each of these different map types. We currently have 3 in rotation. I believe that is Busan, Nepal, and Oasis. We'll have Ilios coming into the mix a little bit later on when it goes to that best of 5 grand final, but for now it will simply be those 3 floating around. And interestingly, no Li Zhang, which means very less likely to see the pharmacy shenanigans coming into play, which I'm a little bit sad about.
I mean, I'm not too surprised. For me, I'm looking at Busan as kind of the expected control map where there's going to be really chaotic fights, lots of wrecking ball, lots of just clamoring onto the point time and time again. But then Nepal and Oasis, I think, are actually extremely varied. Outside of University, Oasis isn't too crazy, but then you look at Nepal, and Nepal has 3 extremely different maps. Village, where Reinhardt and like May and everything have just been run forever, and then you head to Sanctum, and all of a sudden it just becomes an awful Reinhardt map. You're running a lot more dive. It's a mess all around, and that's what we want to see out of control. I want variance, right? We've got, well, assuming if something goes to 3 every single time, we're going to see 9 points of Overwatch played. So there's just so much potential to see so many different play styles, and I think that's what this really offers up to us.
Yeah, and we will be playing on this live patch as well, so I know Experimental has just chucked in a whole heap of changes, some extremely requested, reverted changes, but for today it will be big, beefy Brigitte HP, still going to be at that 175 base level, and for Widowmakers, it's going to be 175. You're going to be running around on that. Your grapple's still on a 12-second cooldown. And we are seeing teams still commit to the Widowmaker because, honestly, if you are going for Widowmaker, that HP difference, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're still going in for the purpose of having that one-shot potential. And if we're going into places like Busan and you've got Sanctuary, that's where we're very likely going to be seeing the Widowmaker coming into play. But heading into Nepal for the first of the maps of the series tonight, not really likely to be seeing it. Instead, it's going to be a lot of those really fast-moving heroes to try and cover all of your bases. The Tracer, the Echo setting up that crossfire.
Yeah, and for Flat Mouse, they're falling on extremely meta picks right now. Save for the Luciano, which is a little bit out there, maybe map-specific for them. 8 Burst has done the same, except putting in a Sigma, so they're going to have a little bit more point presence to work with. 8 Burst already hunkering down in this back corner. Their only goal is really to put Lost Soul on a really strong sightline here and start working with it. Chipping away at the Lucio now. Flat Mouse Gang have encroached on their area and gained a good bit of point presence in the process. The dive comes in, the point ticking over in 8 Burst. Just before they know it, the point's been taken out from under them.
Oh, Flatmouse just wants to try and grab this point as quickly as possible. Remember, the person who's in control of that point, all they have to do is stall, stagger out the fight for as long as possible. But they're just not able to get much of a foothold right now. They're running a very sort of not quite as mobile composition. When you have the Zen, when you have the Sigma, it's extremely difficult to actually engage into these fights safely, and Flatmouse can just disengage themselves. Combo's going to be with that Lucio, the speed boost, and Afro's actually going to flip onto the Genji to try and get into that backline to punish the fact that Apers don't have a lot of peel available.
No, and the biggest thing for Apers is you just have to have patience. I know there's a lot of dive coming at you. I know there's a lot of point pins, but you have to trust that your Ashe will put in the work. There's the stick. It's on to one. Simplistic down. Willow with a big one to open up the fight and maybe just close it out. Apers not respecting it though. Go for the res and get one of their own onto Nam. The healing now for Flatmouse getting severely cut off. You need to end this fight sooner rather than later, or else they're going to be playing for staggers.
Oh, Flatmouse still holding on to this point though, not allowing that flip to come through. Also does have the bob, and that can be all of the tipping power that they need right now. But Combo's been holding on to this sound barrier. He doesn't really want to cut with it quite yet.
Oh, that's a big boop though for Combo. That keeps Flatmouse getting up and alive. Impunity now on the Wrecking Ball, waiting to get the touch, and the mines are dropped on point. Tick nearly over to 8 bursts as the pressure continues to mount. Nammed back in the sights of Doomed, half HP. This poor Hana has nowhere to go, but right back to spawn as 8 bursts show up all over the kill feed and tick over one for themselves.
Yeah, but 8 bursts had to use an awful lot to actually be able to grab that point. The Hammer Mines, the Transcendence, that's all been invested. So now when Afro actually hits this blade, there's not a lot to shut this Genji down, excluding Lost Soul on the Ashe with the Bob. Ideally, you want to take one of these members of Flatmouse out before the fight starts, really use the distance that the Ashe has to create that advantage, but Flatmouse doing a very good job of wrapping around and getting in close before the Ashe gives up the sightlines.
Yeah, I mean, with Doom going down as well, Nambi gets free reign over this backline, completely uncontested. Willow, however, is absolutely not reversed down. And the support falling for either side here is going to make for a messy fight. All of this damage is going to be permanent. Without the Mercy there to pick somebody up with a res, it's going to be even worse for him. Fixel stuck up in the Mega Room here, trying to be peeled now away by Impunity. But Flatmouse Gang have split them up and taken them on one by one in order to win away this fight. It's just about taking down the staggers now.
Reverse coming back onto the Lucio to try and just keep 8 bursts alive in this one, keep staggering out the point percentage for as much as possible. But that means you don't have the Valkyrie charged, or you're going to be going headfirst into a nano blading Genji without a single support ultimate. Lost Soul's actually going to go on to the McCree, reverse onto the Brigitte. They know what's on the cards for Flatmouse, and they're going to put CC rather than ultimates in the Genji's path.
8 bursts are going to need to push in here relatively soon. Impunity makes it with the mine. The point run's going to be hard, but the dive from the blade. Afro's nano boosted. Having a little bit of trouble getting the first one with 80 HP and a dream. Will go in, double dipping, and you know that's not quite the most hygienic thing. Burst going to slap the back of his hand for going for that one. And 8 bursts come up big. Don't die to the nano blade and come out huge on top of the fight.
But not huge when it comes to that point percentage. Flatmouse currently sitting on 99%, and Combo, if I hit this silent barrier, going to have all of the sustain they need.
Ooh! Doom's down. There's nobody to dive Namd again. Afro and Namd are completely uncontested here. It's going to be a huge advantage for Flatmouse, who have ways back in. The McCree from the side lane. Lost Soul needs to be putting in a lot of work right now. Hit the dinks and keep your tanks alive. But with Fixel and Impunity down, that should be the point going over the Flatmouse game, taking us up to a 1-0 start off to our match.
Okay, so the Nano Blade may not have come up huge in the kill feed, may have got staggered out by the McCree and the Brigitte when it comes to those flashbangs and shield bashes, but it meant that the McCree and the Brigitte were turning around when able to actually help out in the frontline fight. And so even though 8 were able to keep themselves alive through the blade, they're not actually able to move on to the point during it, and Flatmouse are able to just eke out that point percentage for as much as possible until 8 bursts just run out of steam, run out of sustainability. As we head into Village, this tends to be where we see a couple of teams go towards that Reinhardt and Mei play. But it looks like both of these guys still want to lean into that mobility, and so once again it is just going to be a race to pick up that point first.
Yeah, I think the big change here is definitely for Reverse right now, who didn't really offer any peel over to Simplistic or any of their teammates. They swap over. They've got a Kree and a Brig now. They're really looking to shut down Willow, who gave them a lot of problems. Now shoving 8burst back into the room are Flatmouse gang. They're looking to do the same exact thing they did in the last one, right? Put pressure on the point, make 8burst make an early move on before they're actually ready to, and tried to punish it. The D.Va, though, a little bit too late. Levi's getting caught out. The high ground now belongs to 8burst. Big stun onto Lukey, but they can't quite follow up on it. Instead, it's just a DMAC for the blue side. 8burst now encroaching in on the point, this time much cleaner than the last map.
Lossel able to do so much on this McCree now that Flatmice are really relying on the mobility to carry them through the fight. Already 94% for that first Deadeye in the first fight after going down to the tail end. And 8burst can set themselves up to be quite comfortable in this next engage. McCree really does flourish on those high grounds, especially when you're trying to shut down an Echo who really wants to be taken to the sky to get the most impact out of the spam potential available.
Yeah, it's already just changed so much. It forces Flatmouse gang to take this fight front to back, which they haven't had to do in the entirety of this match so far. Now with a whole host of ultimates. I mean, this should be a quick fight for 8burst, but if Flatmouse gang can find an early pick, they're looking good. Combo already out of the way, though. Does not exactly spell success here for the blue side. They're going to wait for their teammate to come back up, their ultimate charges as well, and look for another go-round.
It's so clean coming out from 8burst. Impunity dropping those Hammond mines, anticipating the dive, and putting the ultimate down to make sure that Flatmice gang, even with the Lucio, can't go for the engagement. And now losing the Echo once again, Flatmice gang gonna just be left on the sidelines. This is the power that you have when you've got that high ground and you've got a McCree there. You can just pick them away before the fight begins.
And the longer this goes, the worse it is for Flatmouse gang. If they lose another player, all of a sudden you're bleeding off another 20% on the point, which is not a situation they want to be facing down. Combo's in a lot of trouble. Great shot by Lossel to finish him off. 8burst are running out of space, but remember, they have all these ultimates to fight back with, most notably double support ultimates that can both get them through a fight.
And for Flatmouse gang as well, they've got to really hold on to those two support ultimates. You don't want to pop Coalescence, get into the fight close enough, and then get CC'd immediately out of it. Doom tries to go for a pulse bomb stick, doesn't quite manage to hit the target. So Flatmice gang will be able to keep their members intact as they try to take up to the high ground and move in on the side of 8burst, who've already anticipated that.
It's a dupe D.Va. They're looking for bombs in and over top. But can you get them up after? It's the big question. You waited a long time just to get this 40%. 80 up. No boosters to really launch this bomb. The best you can do is place it on the point and pray for the best. Everybody thought for 8burst playing really clean Overwatch, but they've lost Simplistic on the way. Traded back for Levi. Mines in to cut off the engage of Flatmouse. Somehow they managed to get a touch in the middle of all that, but it's still not looking good for him. Oh my god, combo. That guy got obliterated. Great job by 8burst to even up the score.
We're seeing a completely different team coming out from 8burst when they have that Brig and that McCree. You can actually even see how Flatmice gang were really struggling to deal with it, to the point where the Echo, yes, does the duplicate on the D.Va bomb to try and buy up space, but top of that priority list, it's defense matrix. You know that that Deadeye is available for Lossel. He's been sitting on it, bullying you out, forcing you to deal with the McCree in the open space before the fight starts the entire round. Starting off now, Flatmice gang can try to change up that composition, because once again, if Lossel is able to have that space, that McCree is going to be controlling the tempo of the entire fight, especially if Willow decides to come out on the Sombra. Same idea, same counter with that flashbang.
Well, I mean, Willow can play from a bit longer range as well, can also help peel away for their own supports, which is arguably the much better change up here for the Sombra. Already you can see long and ready to take out one of these four supports. Simplistic. Act out on Zenyatta, no Discord available, the shield's gone, and fantastic job by Flatmouse gang collapsing on the weak member of 8burst. Fight's not over yet though, it's 5v5, and 8burst look like they want to back away from this one, but are slowly losing pressure on the point.
Oh, Flatmice gang using that Sombra to just open that door. It should be noted though that Willow is targeting the support, so the EMP charge is not going to be as quickly as if you're farming it on the D.Va or the Hammond. So 8burst will be coming into these fights knowing that EMP not really a problem that they have to worry about unless you give the Sombra all of the space necessary to just free fire the nail gun. 87% full up for this Sombra as 8burst just caught on the exit. They don't have the speed boost, they don't have a free disengage.
No, they're behind in every single sense of the word. They'll go for a dive off the high ground, but the best they can do is try and pull out some ultimates here. Maybe, though, just maybe, with a nice Discord orb as well, some sticky bombs from Doom. They've got a way into it. It's just about finding their way there. Coalescence engaged now from Nam to try and make sure that they're not losing anybody early on in this fight. The high ground, Doom has connected the sticky bombs onto Luki. It's a pulse bomb as well from Afro, but it's unable to trade out. EMP lands on a 5, but no follow-up damage here from Flatmouse Gang. 8 bursts have done it. They fought their way back in, maintaining the high ground, maintaining presence on the point. And even if Levi throws in this self-destruct, the odds to find somebody are slim. Flatmouse Gang are fighting out of desperation right now.
They're just trying to stagger themselves out. If Combo can hit that signbar, that's going to be absolutely huge because that guarantees you at least another 10% point percentage. Because 8 Burst are doing everything to try and finish it, but Combo falls, that should be the fight done. And 8 Burst, they survived the EMP. And now they can reap the rewards. They've got a Transcendence. They'll have it for that next EMP because Willow is already halfway charged to it. And if you're Flatmouse Gang, you know that is your best initiating tool. You keep a hold of the soundbar, you go in, you EMP, you hit both supports coming out from 8 Burst, and then you soundbar to barge your way through.
I mean, the percentage is high, but getting there is still difficult. If 8 Bursts play their ultimates right, they're going to be looking good in Impunity. He's looking to cut the support offs with these mines, most likely here. In fact, immediately dropping them on the choke at the point, cutting off the sightlines, leaving Levi out to dry right now, reconnecting back with the Sombra, and Tracer, though, in the backline is good for them. Lost Soul and Crew now holding on the point as Doom makes a real engagement on a duplicated Winston. Finally has Primal up, and that is a dangerously close ledge they're playing with right now. But Flatmouse Gaming has managed to keep themselves alive, find themselves 2 picks, but this is far from over.
Oh, this is a dangerous game that 8 Burst are playing. They use their support ultimates. Now they won't have it available for the EMP. So they've got to win this fight to keep a hold of that percentage to keep themselves in this match.
Oh, Luki's doing such a good job, though, juggling Doom around, making sure the touch doesn't come through. Reverses back in, though, so's Impunity. Flipping this point is far from a simple subject to finish off. Lost Soul managed to find one now, and it's 8 Burst fighting their way back through. Lost Soul now coming up with another pulse bomb. Second of the fight, mind you. And Flatmouse Gang, they've got an EMP to try and win it, but they're going to need to regroup to make it count.
Also has that pulse bomb. You stick it on that Sombra, you are the hero of your team because that's all the time that Simplistic will need to hit that Transcendence, and Willow is going to be so impatient with this EMP. You've got to put it in quick, otherwise that ultimate to counter it is going to be available, and Flatmouse, the conditions to be able to land it, they get a lot narrower.
Willow's in. How much value can he actually find? They don't know if Simplistic has a trance. They're taking a gamble. It's not working for him. Fiddle out of the mech. Luke and Levi traded out. It's absolutely not worth it right now for Flatmouse. That's 2 EMPs that have fallen flat, just like their mice. Afro takes out Simplistic, and it's Tracer Retracer on the point right now for the real control of the match. Nearly one clipping away the Moira. If Nam goes down here, it is a disaster. They do have one support ultimate in tow to try and finish this one off, but even after then, there's more percentage to go.
Lost Soul dies with the pulse bomb still intact. The flip will come for 8 Burst going to be keeping a hold of these ultimates, saving them for the fight ahead as Simplistic and Reverse will both be coming into these support ultimates. It's going to be a race to win that fight before Willow is able to hit this next EMP.
I mean, realistically, they should be able to get these up. I honestly think a lot of the weight right now is on Flatmouse Gang to win one with an early engage. Coalesced in, not in time, though. Transcendence out to maintain for them. Reverse goes down, though. No shot at getting the sound barrier online. Nam finishes them off the Coalescence, and it's a disengage onto the point for Flatmouse. They played this one beautifully. There's not much looking around that could still kill him. Doomed is going to have to go off, and Reverse is going to have to keep this touch going for a very long time. But other than that, it is all Flatmouse Gang all day. They're looking to take map 1, 2-0.
Reverse even gets hacked out 1% away from the soundbar, but unable to even connect it to the ground. As 8 Burst are trying the hardest for duplication onto the Diva, but as quick as it comes out, the mech is gone. And there's all the sustainability that 8 Burst will craving, but it's from the other side.
I mean, the bomb could be there. I think it landed a D-Mech at the very least onto Levi, but these are staggers for stagger's sake until Lost Soul takes out Nam. That's a lot of the sustain actually now gone. And Lost Soul's been looking good all match. It's going to take a Herculean effort from this Tracer to make this match count. and it's looking all right here for 8burst. Doomfist now in. There's a lot of kill potential on the field here for the red side, but they need to be showing up on the correct side of the kill feed. If at any moment they step off this point, it will be ticking back over to Flatmouse Gang. This is OT down. Oh no!
Oh no! No, they had control of it. It's fine. They had control of it.
Oh. But still,
I know. I saw the Doomfist
there's
same
so
as
many
you,
players
and
floating
my
around
heart
from
just.
Flatmouse.
You really got to congratulate 8burst though for being able to come back into that and hold on to the point as long as they did. Reverse goes down so close to the signs barrier, not just once, but twice, and 8burst is still able to keep themselves alive, still stall on to that point, and a lot of it comes down to the DPS. The Tracer, the Doomfist, both of them had so much movement and mobility around that point, even though you've got Willow on the Sombra there to try and cut them off. I didn't actually see any hack come onto the Doomfist because the rest of the team were doing such a good job in making sure the Sombra was completely occupied, could not try and shut that Doomfist down.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's not just the Doomfist, right? It was a Sombra the entire match. They were struggling to find any sort of good EMP, and that's solid positioning by 8. And then after that, the hacks, like you said, were constantly being forced out of position and unable to play where they wanted to. So whether it was on the Tracer or the Sombra, they did a fantastic job of shutting Willow down from doing really anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think the strongest thing that I saw for Abus when it came to dealing with that EMP, I believe it was the second one, was that Willow goes in, and this is the moment that Willow was really trying to find that EMP as quickly as possible because Simplistic was just getting closer and closer to that Transcendence. You can see the franticness in the summer because they actually EMP, but it only hits Phoenix though because everyone else on 8burst is behind a pillar. And EMP is one of those ultimates where you need line of sight to actually be able to connect onto those targets. And Willow being so rushed, so frantic to manage to trot that one out before the Zen is able to counteract the entire impact, does it a little bit too early. And I think that's something that 8burst have done a really good job of being able to avoid when you're running that very vulnerable support lineup, keeping them safe, keeping them out of harm's way until the EMP comes through and you can just immediately come back in and deny all of its impact. We've been seeing it in spades.
Yeah, that shows in other ways as well, especially with how cleanly 8burst win fights, right? When they win, it's a team wipe, and when they lose, they're able to stagger out significantly longer than Flatmouse Gang have been able to, and a lot of that comes down to their ability to peel for one another. You said it best. Their support line, once reverse swapped over to the Brig, it was untouchable, save for this clip of the Zenyatta going down. the only one after they swap Brig, and of course it plays when I'm talking about it. But I mean, really, you said it best. Simplistic and reverse stayed alive. That's why the staggers were able to come out for so long. That's exactly why they were able to knock that one up to 99%. It's the only reason why they were actually able to win that final point to Nepal.
I mean, you can even see it there in that highlight where Doomed actually goes onto the duplication onto the Winston so you can hit Primal Rage, one of the best stalling ultimates in the entire game because your health bar it gets so chunky. Yes, you're such an easy target, very easy to kill or at least hit a Primal Raging Winston, but it takes a lot of time. And that was something that 8burst really had a good grasp on, using that time bank to their advantage. And when you're on a control map, and every single one of these maps will be on control, time, you have to make it your best friend because if it's your enemy, you're not going to win a single one of these series.
All right, so the other two maps in our pool, Busan and Oasis for a BO3. Obviously, I don't think there's that much of a difference heavily within these two teams, and we are going to Busan next, I'm getting word. I do think it's a pretty good pick, and I think for a couple of reasons. They just want to play with those longer sightlines. They want more open sights so that they can let Willow go off on the Tracer and really double down on what they were good at, because I'm not sure the Sombra was achieving quite what they wanted to, right? You're running it to hack out these important targets like the tanks, but in reality, I mean, it farmed up an EMP, and then EMP didn't really get used. Either you need to peel for your team with it, or maybe go to something more aggressive like the Tracer. I mean, we saw plenty of success on it.
Yeah, and I think for Flatmess as well, you look at how a lot of the maps on Busan are set out, and it really does favor splitting up your team. A lot of the time we saw them coming in on the same angle, the same approach, and not really separating themselves out, trying to take the pocket fight. Even when Willow goes in on the Sombra, it's to the front line. It was never around the sidelines. It was never trying to bait the supports outside of their comfort zone away from the team, which really did force 8burst to properly try and go for the peel. Instead, all they have to do is simply turn their head a little bit to the left side, clock the Sombra, and take her out very quickly. But what Busan really does allow for is an awful lot of movement. When we look at maps like Downtown, you can set up some really painful crossfires when it comes to going to the side of the point, going around the point, taking up the high ground control, or just even fighting in the center of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned it with the crossfires, but I think one of the most important things to watch here is not just crossfires. Like, if there's not long-range heroes being run like an Ashe, like a Widowmaker, you're actually looking for the Tracer, the Echo, and the Wrecking Ball to kind of work together to dive onto those choke points, whether it's the stairs or the Mega Room. Both are extremely volatile. In the most recent Contenders China's playoffs that you and I had the pleasure of casting not too long ago, that was arguably the most important point in all of Busan, was how well they were able to dive those chokes with that little 3-man hit squad, because they could be devastating. I mean, you roll in, throw a pile driver, a bunch of sticky bombs, and a couple of tracer clips. Anybody who walks near that is just going to get crushed. And if you can execute that well, that's the difference between a map win and a map loss, especially when the game's this close.
Yeah, but that's something that Flatmice, I think, are going to have to pick up, because you look at how they were trying to channel those dives on a point like Village. We saw Combo and the Lucio going in alone, the Tracer going in alone, the Hammond going in alone, and you really do have to go for that triple stack. Otherwise, the exact same thing is going to happen. 8burst are doing a very good job of putting a lot of CC down. And so if one person goes in alone, they are going to be met by a flashbang, a shield bash, and then a Hammond probably rolling them right out of position, or even pile driving or dropping minefields just to make sure that your dive is unsuccessful. If you put a couple more bodies in and really lean into that style of play, you're going to find a lot more value. But if you keep doing the same thing that you're doing and sort of put in about 10% of the effort, you're only going to get 10% of the value.
I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure these guys are putting in all kinds of effort, Mox. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Not to pull away at all. And honestly, I'm looking at Flatmouse. I think they stand just as much chance in this one. There's clearly a difference in these teams. Flatmouse has been relying a little bit on individual skill, whereas 8burst, I mean, they really look coordinated. Whenever they move in, it's together. Whenever they move out, it's together. And whenever they can't decide whether to move in or out, it looks like they can't decide together.
It's just the hokey cokey when they're playing, isn't it? The whole team goes in, the whole team goes out, and then the whole team decides to take us to Mecha base. This is all about picking up that first point. You can fight anywhere on this point that you want, but the second that someone grabs control of that, they grab control of choke, and that's where teams get stuffed up.
And I love these changes up. Willow onto the Reaper, trying to stop this dive from being too dangerous, but Lossel on the legs is arguably a really good counter for it. Can constantly just kite this team around, dives in now. Well done here by Flatmouse Gang, separating away 3. The Sigma's low, but Willow's the first one to find the pick, taking out the main DPS dealer of 8burst. It's traded out for a main support, but the damage is there. We're going back and forth, ladies and gents, but 8burst finally coming out ahead by taking out both the DPS and a lot of the kill potential here out from under Flatmouse Gang, who need to find a way back into this fight.
Flatmice want to pick up this point. When you're running that Winston and D.Va, the second you get stuffed up in choke and you don't get onto that point, you just become absolute part of it. 8burst will be picking it up, and Flatmice are going to be finding themselves in that exact awkward position. Winston and D.Va work with mobility. They need that space, that openness, be able to get around. If you stuff them up in a choke, they're only going to get hit and not be able to do an awful lot of damage. Levi is actually going to swap onto the Sigma to use that shield, that kinetic grasp, to make sure that 8burst's damage that gets spammed into this corridor is mitigated.
Yeah, and your main objective right now is dodge a soldier, but 8burst are playing really far back, which is interesting. I think their main goal here is definitely just to allow Lost Soul to have the high ground for as long as possible. By backing up, you're actually allowing Flatburst to push you around, and as long as they didn't get pincered here, they will be all right. Lost Soul moving a little bit early, needs to regroup with the team right now, and they're getting pushed in from both sides. Reverse will be the first to go down, but there's a lot of AoE damage being thrown 8burst's way, and there's no way you can handle all that.
Impunity tries to go for the defensive dive onto Willow to make sure that the soldier just can't concentrate on holding high ground, but unfortunately has to actually roll out of the combat to try and help the team. And as soon as you go for that peel, Willow just gets absolute free reign. And now 8burst, they've got the Hammond mines, but they really don't want to invest it just to get yourself through choke. Ideally, you want to go onto that point, force Flat Mice to come to you, and then drop them to completely stop their movement.
Well, they spotted their opportunity. They're in with the rally. They still do have a chance. Even with Pulse Bomb down, they've got a solid chance at this one, but they need to start winning it now. Lostal has a lot of work to do. Big boop onto the back line. No, just not able to roll all the way through and find the value they were looking for. The sports will not be taken away, but the monkey will be taken down. Lukey now out of the fight, and Impunity is putting in absurd amounts of work on this Wrecking Ball. Somehow still alive, just a hair of HP. I think Impunity had 6 at some point. Finally goes down. It feels only right at this point, but it's a little too late for Flat Mouse Gang, who are going to give up the point again.
Yeah, Lostal goes for the attack pressure at the same time as Willow, but Lostal has a little bit more assistance from the team and is able to keep themselves alive just a little bit more. So 8burst will be grabbing themselves just a little bit more point percentage for their troubles. Levi's Sigma Flux can be absolutely huge though, because Simplistic is not there with the Transcendence for his Flat Mice gang. If they draw this fight out for a little bit longer, they'll have both support ultimates to come in and grab all of the sustain they need.
They better make them count, and they've layered them. Oh no, Moxie, this is a disaster. 8burst, the second that these ultimates are over, are going to look to push back in. If Flat Mouse Gang needs to take advantage while they still have them up, they will manage to. Afro and Willow going ham from the high ground, take down 3, and make something out of the fight for Flat Mouse.
But it's not the fight that they're currently in that matters, it's this next one. 8burst at 82%. They are so close to that final fight, and Flat Mice Gang just laid their 2 support ultimates, I think our biggest pet peeve though. And so where's the sustain? Lostal's going to be coming into the attack visor, Impunity about to hit those hammer mines, and worse if you're a Flat Mice Gang fan. There's going to be support ultimates available for the other side, and Flat Mice, they need to win this fight, otherwise all of their sustainability, it's not going to stand up to snuff.
I'm looking at the Pulse Bomb from Afro right now. It needs to connect onto this backline. You can see Reverse waiting in the front. There's just so many juicy targets, but they're dueling out on the low ground. Afro is not where they need to be. You can't be worried about this Tracer right now. You need to be helping take out that backline and get yourself an advantage, because 8burst now, they've got Visor, they've got a Transcendence, they've got a rally online afterwards. Even if that fails, Flat Mouse Gang aren't out of it yet, but it's for sure going to be a difficult one.
Especially because 8burst, now the Transcendence run out, they've still got the rally in that pocket. So much sustainability up and online for this team. Flat Mice have been able to draw it out to 99%. They will still have a chance. But 8burst have been holding on to this Pulse Bomb, holding towards this Sigma Flux. It's going to be an absolute race. Can Namd be able to hit this Transcendence? Flat Mice have to be able to move on to point, drop their hammer mines, stop 8burst from being able to move on and contest them. All the while, Namd is going to be doing his absolute darndest to build that ultimate up in the time of desperation.
Oh, the pulse is huge on the Namp. There's not a chance of a Transcendence. Moxie's got another on the lead. This is over. 8burst. How definitive of them on the first map here on Boost. You can run, but you can't hide, Willow. There he is. Pops out his little hidey hole. Yeah. The touch is there. The bonks. Fantastic one by 8burst. I mean, that fight was played as perfectly as you could have asked for.
We can just trace it all back as well, that hinge turn, where it just falls right into 8burst's lap. That layering of those 2 support ultimates, it cost Flat Mouse heavily. Because 8burst, they keep a hold of that 2 support ultimates, and we actually see Simplistic pop Transcendence, and as soon as that runs out, Reverse pops Rally, and because they have those 2 side by side, they've got just enough sustainability to see themselves into that next fight, and they can hold Flat Mice Gang at choke, where you have that position where Doomed on that Tracer can go in and immediately cut out Flat Mouse Gang's win condition in the form of that Zenyatta. We do have a little bit of a disconnect, which means we'll probably be seeing a pause as those spawn doors open. Is 8burst going to actually put Lost Soul onto the Ash, taking advantage of how open Sanctuary is?
Oh, positive for suckers, I suppose. 8burst with a man advantage now coming into the first fight. Willow's back in. I mean, I'm assuming this almost definitely has to be legs to just get back into the fight faster, or they just give up a fight here. They've got around 5 seconds. Yeah, they'll be able to get a dive back in with a Soldier 76 just in time as well. Control point now unlocking, and Flat Mouse Gang at a distinct disadvantage because of that. They can fight their way back in though. If you can get the Soldier on a pretty good angle and dealing out some damage, Willow already starting to do exactly that. Is 8burst with a nice little pile driver getting pushed away slowly but surely. The Roadhog of Fiddle struggling to find any real value, dancing around this drum, but unable to find the kill he's looking for.
Well, he's not finding the kills, but he's creating an awful lot of space. But the Sorrow passes with his dive. They don't want to go for the Roadhog when they know the hook is available, and that's setting up all of the time that Lost Soul needs on this Ashe to try and hammer that damage in from the side lanes.
I mean, there's Willow. Oh my god, this soldier. 53% to the ultimate. Flat Mouse with a commanding lead right now, especially in Trance Charge. That could make a difference later.
Yeah, you're looking at that soldier, I'm looking at Namd. This Zenyatta is doing so much damage right now, and if 8burst want to try and tip this next fight in their favor, it's going to be up to Doom to try and infiltrate that backline, get that Zenyatta out of the way before the sustainability is there, giving Flatmouse an advantage that 8burst are lacking.
Flatmouse, well, I mean, the big advantage that Flatmouse has is that Willow can back up and play on the high ground and maintain so many off just like this. Right, you're trying to take the tank battle up on the front line, but Willow's gonna constantly be pumping in damage. Doom looking around the side, trying to take out one of the supports. Not gonna be too successful in doing so. Instead, it's Lukey going down, and now it's a big trade. Willow in with the first visor, takes down Lost Soul. A lot of the DPS potential now gone here for 8burst, but it's all about finishing this fight out for Flatmouse, and they'll do exactly that. Just a couple more players to hunt down, but 8burst have been completely separated away from one another.
Simplistic used the Transcendence in that fight as well, and it always hurts when you use that important an ultimate in a fight that you lose to. Also, will still have that Bob from Lost Soul to try and brute force their way through with this initiation, but Luki's just going to be hiding, lurking with those Hammond mines, so whatever move that 8burst make towards this point, the Hammond is going to be there to drop those mines to cut off the supports, and as Zenyatta cut off, it's a dead Zenyatta in seconds.
I mean, a lot of these fights have been decided by the first Zenyatta down, so eyeball simplistic and reverse mines in. Supports cut off from their tanks now. It's going to be extremely tough for them to regroup, but Flatmouse getting already lost both of their tanks. 8burst walk on and make it look easy.
Well, Soul taking up that position that Willow really wants to be in. Now it's a little bit of a turn the tables. It's 8burst who in charge of all of these sightlines who can lengthen out the distance, or if you're Lost Soul, get a little bit closer to it.
Russell now, pot shots left and right. Doomed. What are you looking for?
It's gotta be a
There's
Zen.
a target. But yeah, I mean, you're looking for the Zenyatta, but with the Tracer in between you, it's not likely to get there without taking a fair bit of damage. Give him a little smooch on the way by as well. Doom now looking for the lowest HP target they can find. Unfortunately, there's just not that much around. Instead, it's a Lost Soul still uncontested on high ground. That's a Kobe! Nothing found from it, though. 8burst keeping themselves alive. This Tracer's actually done a fantastic job of, if nothing else, just distracting and pulling away the attention so that Lost Soul can really go to town.
Yeah, Tracer falling a little bit into that category of third support, making sure that Flatmouse guys just don't get the time to move forward and peeling the rest of the members of 8burst, because when you're looking at the Tracer, you're not going after Simplistic. You're not trying to bully the Zenyatta out of Transcendence, and you know that Simplistic wants to hold on to this when Willow's about to hit that tag visor, and 8burst are keeping that Zen as far away from trouble as possible.
And 8burst back in more clean play, not layering their support ultimate. Simplistic holding it for the last second. Flatmouse gang, I mean, this is the final fight. They need to win it here. They're throwing in all the stuff they've got, kitchen sink included, but not able to find the value that they're looking for. 8burst, they've still got a Transcendence. The longer they go, the more momentum they get, and the better they look, Fox.
Once again, it's all about protecting those supports, because Flatmouse gang, they've got a Transcendence, but they burn it early. 8burst get to keep a hold of theirs because the Zenyatta is just so far back, and we see the dive come through. The Hammond tries to go for the pile drive to bully it out, but it's just the Hammond. There's no Tracer, there's no three-person hit squad that we were hoping to see.
I mean, you could see it right here in Lost Soul. Lost Soul hasn't had to worry about getting shot once at any point in that entire clip, and that's how almost every single fight ended up going for them. The peel out of 8 have been just ridiculous, and honestly a highlight for this team. The coordination is showing up. They played fantastically, and they earned themselves a W.
Yeah, Flatmouse was seeing when they have control of that space, they can set the pieces up. They try to pull Willow back as far as possible to give yourself as much of an advantage when you're using that soldier, lengthen the distance, get as much damage in before the fight begins. But as soon as that space is actually taken away from them, they become a lot more unsure of how to actually move forward. We see it really clearly when the Tracer on the side of 8burst has access to that pulse bomb, and there are 3 members of Flatmouse all stacked up on the high ledge, no one wanting to move forward because you don't have anything buying the attention away from the rest of your front line.
Yeah, I mean, 8burst have shown some serious potential, but I'm almost certain that on the other side of the bracket, they've got a pretty tough opponent, to say in the very least. It's either Rider Esport or Last Hope, and honestly, both of those teams are just incredibly stacked. That's the match we're heading to next, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, though, I've got a little bit of homework for you. If you want to head over to Nerd Street's merch website, nerdstreetgamers.com, you can go to the shop tab up at the top. They've got some awesome shirts, hoodies, you name it, they've got it. I can confirm my SR has gone up by a solid 2,000 ever since. Yeah, I know, Mox. 0 plus 2,000 is only 2,000, but we take progress. We take progress. Y'all check that out, though, while we head to a quick little break. We'll be back with the upper bracket final in just a bit.
You almost cursed.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Control Point Showdown. We got more good matches on the way. Got to take a second to shout out our amazing sponsor here. We got the U.S. Marine Corps. They've been doing it for a long time, since 1775 Mox. That's a long time. That's a long time. The few, the proud, the Marines. I don't know how many few is after, God, caster math, like 200 and some change years. But it's certainly a lot. Doing a fantastic job supporting out the stream. Go ahead and visit marines.com for more info on that one. We're heading into the upper bracket final. And we looked over at the other match and we saw Last Hope and Ryder. These are just the titans of this bracket. Ryder have come to every single one of these Nerd Street monthly, weeklies, whatever you want to call them. And they have just dominated time and time again. They've been uncontested for a long time. But here come Last Hope. Here come Last Hope. Contenders level team. Really, really good talent. And they've already knocked them out of the upper bracket in a close 2-1 match. And now, I mean, I'm looking at the team that we just ended up casting, and they have to go up against Last Hope, which is just like, it's going to be a tough one, to say the least. But they showed really great coordination in that last match, Mox.
Yeah, we've seen them peel, we've seen them take space, we've seen them be able to mechanically hit their shots. I think this is going to be a pretty close one. It all depends, right, on how successful that first dive is, and of course, in all common with every single control map, who wins that first fight? Because that really decides the entire tempo of all of these engagements, because if you lose, sometimes you have to swap up your composition. That resets your ultimate charges. Sometimes you have to go back into a fight far faster than you're actually prepared for because you don't want to give too much percentage over to the other side, and that sets you up to either be out of position or make some pretty sloppy engaging mistakes. And if you're going for a dive and you're going to dive a team with the pedigree of a team like Last Hope, everything has to be on point. We've seen them peel, we've seen them take space. What we haven't really seen is how they move in when their backs against the wall.
I mean, the stats don't lie, right? Taking that first tick automatically just bumps you up to a 60-70% win rate. It is huge, and it mattered a lot for 8burst in the last one. Their biggest ability and their biggest help has actually been their ability to stagger themselves out and keep the point going for an extremely long time. And I mean, if that's going to be your team's best skill, I can't think of a better tournament to try and enter, to say the very least. And maybe that's what you need to get across the finish line against Last Hope. But I mean, you just look at Last Hope's roster. It's stacked. I mean, Tree's not on the roster on the tournament page, although he may be playing on an alt account, which no shame on that one. Autumn Souls, absurdly good support player. Faded and Train Claw locking up the tank spots. This is a team that comes to play and comes to compete on the path to pro. In a tournament like this is their stomping grounds. This is where they can come to play.
This is a team that beat Ryder Esports. So if you're 8burst, you've just got to come against this like it is any other match. You can't be dwarfed by the pedigree. You can't find yourself falling into that mental trap where you're going up against a player who have a little bit of favoritism, a little bit of edge already to them. You've just got to be able to treat this as any other match. And I'm going to be really interested to see how exactly Lost Hope are actually going to come onto these control maps, because we see some teams just immediately go for that point. But both of these guys, I feel, are going to be vying for that ground, that really sacred space around these points before these fights even begin. We look at how 8burst performed on a mecha base, where they just tried to go for catwalk and hold high ground as long as possible before the fight actually broke out onto points, similar to how they really opted to give away choke so that they could just increase the distance, have their soldier and Ash fire a little bit further away, have a bit more of an impact, and make it take a little bit longer to get to them to really start being a threat in their presence. And if we have a standoff where both of these guys go for high ground, that's going to be one really messy fight, because neither of these guys want to give up that ground.
No, and I think a large thing that really goes into that are A, the tank picks, and B, the DPS picks, right? We've seen things like the Tracer Sombra, like the Tracer Echo, which obviously make you want to dive a bit more, then you're going to be opting for the Diva, but there's always the juxtaposition to that of the Sigma and trying to run something like a Soldier or an Ash, which we've seen 8 manage to do a ton of times, running both compositions proficiently. I hope that Last Hope can do the same, and honestly, I don't have too many doubts that they actually can. It's just about how well do they actually match up in those matchups.
especially because Oasis is going to be our first map. We're going to be headed there for the first time tonight. Durham, very similar to Busan. This is a very sort of strange map where your composition is based entirely around which of these maps you actually land on. It will be city center that we head off to first. So no university, a lot less likely to be seeing the Reinhardt's, a lot more likely to see that dance as both of these guys vie for high ground. You can either go for DPS who want to be just presiding on that ledge, or you can go for what both of these guys are currently leaning into, that dive composition where you're very easily able to contest both the high ground and the low ground with your mobility.
It dives the name of the game. Last Hope's DPS are actually the interesting part for me. Hopeful and Noxious have locked in a Reaper and a Doomfist. Really looking to solo frag their way through this, but 8 bursts are so coordinated, that's going to be really difficult. Reverse is already out though. That's a lot of the peel now gone. Last Hope have made a very good concerted effort to take away this high ground and work away at those health bars. Such a good dive from the blue side. Immediately shuts down 8 bursts, and oh no, Impunity got his dancing shoes, but gets out alive.
So 8 burst, their peel, it's CC. Last Hope, their peel, it's aggression. Trinkard with the Zarya is much more likely to be using these bubbles to just keep Faded safe when he goes for that dive, and that means that Autumn Souls and Micro, the way that they keep themselves safe, the way they preserve their immortality field, is Hopeful and Noxious just going in and being so much of a bother that 8 burst just can't move forward.
No, it's just so hard as well. Last Hope support picks. Autumn Souls, arguably one of the best Baptistes in tier 2, just incredible amounts of peel. And if you can rely on him to keep himself alive on the point like he is, you'll be looking good. Hopeful now searching around, nearly catches Tracer by the jaw. Instead it's Doomed and Reverse, opening up the fight for 8 burst, giving them away in. But remember, the staggers can be huge. Last Hope haven't opted to go for any of them though. They're maintaining this fight along the side route, and they need a frag to make it work, but it's just not showing up for them.
Impunity has the Hammond mines as well, so the point percentages can very quickly become extremely even. If Last Hope decide to try and go in with this Winston dive, Impunity can just drop the Hammond mines either in the middle of the Winston or in the back of that support lineup. And while Micro does have the speed boost, you're not able to navigate your way around the minefield without taking a whole lot of damage if you get caught in the middle of it. Add to that into the mix Vixel with this Diva Bomb, and you've got a lot of aerial shutdown if Last Hope wants to move in safely.
Yeah, 8 burst's ability to peel, not just in their prior match, but with this composition, is pretty unfounded, especially considering the DPS that Last Hope are running. It's going to be an 8 matrix, but there's only one poor, lonely Baptiste to actually make anything of it. Discord Orb onto the Monkey, Noxious and Faded. A 2-man dive failed hugely. Last Hope need to make sure they're engaging with all 6 when they do these kind of things.
Okay, I love that reaction to Autumn Soul's amp. Impunity just goes in and drops the Hammer Mines right in the middle of it, so Last Hope we're really wanting to use that one to initiate, to force 8 burst to take a big old step back and hopefully set Noxious and Hopeful up into a position where they can actually get close enough. But that just gets absolutely shredded. No one can stand near the window, and the poor Bap is forced to go on to Moira just to keep themselves safe with that Fade ability as we barrel towards this last fight.
Full bumped in. 8 bursts are looking to end things early. They've got 2 support ultimates. Last Hope are going to have such a hard time matching that right now, but they can damn sure try. They need an early pick, but Doomed isn't going to be the one to give it to him. Instead, it's a Doom Fist going down early to the focusing beam. Now a duplicate in. Noxious needs to be finding some frags around here. Immediately, Death Blossom thrown in. There's Defense Matrix square, smothering him into the ground. Last Hope, it's a desperation grab at best. And 99% though, odds aren't looking good. Hopeful's in, can't find the Zen though. Still a trance. Simplistic hasn't even had it forced out yet. It's gonna be so difficult for Last Hope. They need an early touch in from this Tracer, from the Doomfist, from something. But I just don't think anybody's home Mux. Oh, poor Noxious.
Well, Noxious tried to tap, but there were Hammond mines currently at home, and you won't be able to get past that front door as 8 burst will be taking this first map. And we said that this team was so very good at peeling, and we are seeing it in action. They're making sure that Last Hope just do not have the space to work with, and when you're running that Doomfist, when you're running that Reaper, and you're making that big statement of we are going to create enough aggression that is the way of our peel that you can't come close to us because you're going to be so busy defending your backline. If that falters, your backline is so very exposed, and 8 bursts have been taking advantage of that in every single one of these engagements. Since Last Hope. Faded, are you going to come out on Orisa? Is this their answer? They know that 8 burst are going. No, there it is.
You got
They
baited.
know that 8 burst are going to be going aggressively in, and Last Hope going to be going aggressively in themselves. Will be a shield tank coming out, but it won't be the horse.
That's where I'm not being a jerk. She laughs at me when I do it. That's what you get. It's the attacking side. It's always, the second you say it, it's cursed. It's never going to happen. Income 8 burst though. Split point, similar compositions here. Hopeful though can utilize this high ground extremely well. It's just a matter of gaining control, and Last Hope have managed to do that. You can see the Stigma, the Zen, and the Soldier. With all that kind of damage, Impunity is not meant to last long. And Last Hope should be finding the first tick for that.
Doom trying to pick up the Hammond on the other side, able to, but Lost Soul goes down, and while that isn't a lot of damage that you're lacking, it is a lot of attention. Because now, Hopeful is completely free to just hammer that damage in on the high ground, as Abras have to try and keep their heads safe by just going for natural cover instead.
And this for 8 burst is actually really hard. You have 3.5 people who have access to this high ground, right? The Tracer might be able to get there, but you're just getting staggered out to high hell. Last Hope are doing a fantastic job of not letting 8 burst end this fight.
Noxious and Faded going in as one. Faded trying to just cut them off, and Noxious there to bodyguard to bounce it. The exits the 8 burst try to make. We said that you can have a 3-person hit squad, but it seems like Last Hope are just going for 2, and it's working just as well. 8 burst do have that Transcendence, but now you're in that position where you have to keep a hold of it, as Noxious is going to be looking to pull that out early. If you can land this onto Simplistic, then Hopeful is
great
free,
DM by Fiddle. Wow,
DM's
what a
that.
save for 8 burst. You get back in, you have a chance to make this fight count. You've got one solid opportunity before last fight can start fighting their way back in. Fantastic boop in by Impunity. The pile driver is there, and the finish off from 8 burst is going to be just as good as the start of the fight. Pulse bomb thrown in, but now Last Hope shoved into a back corner, trying to fight their way out with the rally, and it's working. Simplistic now out of the fight. Discord Orb no longer active. It's all coming down to who can frag better, and right now it's Noxious and Hopeful right up on top of that kill feed.
Even if 8 burst win this fight, Last Hope are getting so much point percentage because of how long it's going on, and that's something that 8 burst haven't really been able to have a hold of. We talked about it. Time is your worst enemy. On control maps, you have to be able to make it your friend, and now we are heading towards final fight, and 8 burst used so many ultimates just trying to keep themselves in that last engagement. They don't have a counter to the Sigma Flux.
I mean, what do you have to counter? Even the trans. This is so difficult. Lost Soul or Doom needs to find a pick early on into this fight. Hopefully onto one of the supports to make it actually difficult here. A bomb for Fiddle, not going to be used. They want to hold on to it for the stagger, but 8 burst need a way to get killed right now. Not time. Noxious in with the pulse bomb. Last Hope starting the fight off right. Good shield by Train Cloud to keep the rest of his team alive. And now in comes the inevitable trance from Autumn Soul. What happens after is the big question. 8 burst found one traded back for Simplistic, but even with the duplicate in tow, they just can't find their way onto the left side of the kill feed. It'll be Last Hope, evening up the score in map 1.
Doom tries to go for that duplicate onto Train Cloud now that Autumn Souls burned the Transcendence, but you just get taken out before it actually comes online, and I would much rather have seen 8 burst try and use that duplicate. As we see so many Echoes do at the moment, go for the Brigida duplication. Have that extra little bit of sustainability in the form of the rally and that extra peel in the form of the shield bashes. Now we head to University, and this is where we can talk about the attacking side and that tank mix-up, right? This is where we can see the Reinhardt come in. You grab a Moira, you grab a Lucio, you hit that speed boost, you hit your shift, and you just barrel into that fight before Last Hope have any chance of figuring out what's going on.
But things get different here. Full composition swaps for each side, Mox.
Faded going to be going onto the Roadhog. You can counter both the dive, but also that speed that 8 burst are going to be trying to put on with that hook. Really hold it over that Rein's head.
Oh boy, Impunity pushing it. Is this Goats Mox? I'm pretty sure this is what Goats is like. Oh my god, it's 2-2-2, but not. They are getting as aggressive as fast as possible. But Last Hope have managed to get onto the high ground. 8 burst now, their strategy is likely to just push right up underneath this and force him down. Oh no! What a boot from reverse! In and onto the point. This Reinhardt has so much more space to work with now. Hopefully used to be throwing so much damage at the shield, but now completely uncontested. Impunity marches forward, taking it over for the red side.
Last Hope may have had the high ground, but they had nothing to keep 8 burst in check from just walking up to them. They're not running the Lucio, they don't have the boop, and only the hook would be trying to keep you in check, and that's something that Impunity can try and shield. Last Hope instead go for the contest on the point, try to make sure that A-Burst don't just walk under it. And they feed themselves right into that Reinhardt, right into the speed boost. They'll keep their composition. They are about to hit a couple of really heavy ultimates, but Simplistic is going to have this coalescence. You give that a speed boost, and that's all the aggression A-Burst and Impunity need to just go absolutely ham with this Reinhammer.
Noxious pushed in with the pulse bomb, but you needed that one to connect on one of the backline. Reinhardt in a little bit of trouble, but Lossel taking out the support on the opposing side. Last side are going to really struggle to push through this choke without the help of the Brigida. The one thing they do have is Autumn Soul's Trance, and they need to make it count here.
They want to keep a hold of it though. If you burn it and Fiddle hits that Graviton, you couple that up with Doom's Pulse Bomb, and that is a big bang waiting to happen.
Pulse Bomb just barely misses over top, screaming Kobe in the comms, but 8 Burst are the ones who still have control at this point. Most notably as well though, Lost Soul's Deadeye, which can counter this entire Transcendence, faded now out of the way. 8 Burst, even through the fire, the flames, and the Transcendence, are holding on to this point 70%, and this is a strong one for the Reinhardt-led comp.
And 8 Burst wait for Last Hope to use ultimates, and they commit so heavily that the fight is over so fast. Last Hope don't have the chance to actually rebuild those. As we head towards this final fight, Lost will have so much stagger, so much delay potential in the form of this Deadeye that can be used to zone. As Last Hope, Autumn Soul's going to go into the Lucio, trying to get the team in faster, but you're just speeding towards your deaths.
Got a nice set of ultimates. Remember, that's a 3-man Gravitic Flux, though, countered by Simplistic and the Coalescence to make sure this fight keeps going, but that Reinhardt is in a load of trouble. Impunity not able to keep himself up. Now it's just Cesaria frontlining, but Last Hope are in firm control of the point right now. 8 Burst are going to need frags and a whole lot of elbow grease to get their way through this one, but Noxious is trying to make sure that that one doesn't happen.
Last Hope opting into that self-sustained composition, the Doomfist, the Reaper. If they get in, they can keep themselves safe, allowing that backline to keep themselves safe. Micro holding onto the shield bash for when they try to go into that back is 8 Burst. No, they only need to win a single one of these points, and they're about to hit a lot of ultimates. Last Hope have to be able to get an early fight to delay this push.
Oh, the Deadeye to buy space. Impunity gets to walk towards 3. What a shatter! Oh my god! There's nothing to stop it. They had families, they had lives, and he just took it all away.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that was
shattered. That
gross.
is, clip it and post it on the highlight reel. Frame it behind your PC. Fingers crossed it's going to be play of the game, because I want to see that again. We're not gonna.
Robbed. Oh no.
I mean, it was a good grab. It was a good charge.
Alright.
But there's just no feeling quite like speed boosting a shatter after you force the other side to cower. That's literally stuck in a catch-22. You move forward, you get hit by Deadeye. You don't go anywhere, you get hit by shatter, and you get immediately wiped off the table.
Oh my god, what a poor way to go. Just a pile of mashed potatoes named a team on the ground after Reinhardt puts you there. It's a map 1 now for 8 Burst. They're looking really, really solid. Like, better than they were last match. It feels like nothing, everything's right off their shoulder. Bounces off every single time that we see them come up and start to improve. Everything just turns back around. Last Hope can't quite find the foothold, and it feels like that glue that keeps 8 Burst together, their coordination just is unfaltering at this point.
The adaptability too. We've seen them run so many compositions when it comes to that tank lineup, and they're able to deal really well with everything that Last Hope throws at them. Because the DPS, the change up, the fact that Hopeful and Noxious went from Soldier Tracer to Doomfist Reaper, 8 Burst are still able to see themselves off, still able to keep themselves safe, even when 2 backline assassins are going for a team that, when you look at the composition that they're running, the tanks are going to keep themselves safe. The DPS are going to create space for themselves. No one is there, traditionally, to help the supports, but Simplistic and Reverse have done such a good job at keeping themselves safe that 8 Burst don't have to worry about Peel.
I mean, it's the same story we can tell time and time again. 8 Burst look good as hell. Last Hope have a lot of work to do, but I don't think they're out. It was another really, really close map up against 8 Burst, which you've seen a lot of these teams manage to do, but no one's able to just tip that scale the last little bit. I gotta ask myself, right, who's the difference maker here? What's the one change for Last Hope? Because clearly it's only one change away.
they're so close to it, but I think a lot of it really comes down to ultimate investment and positioning themselves for that first fight. Oh. Can we just take a moment to
That's too
appreciate it?
graphic for Twitch. I don't. Is that TOS?
That's R-rated. That is not family friendly. Can you imagine the comms, like, Impunity is just like, I hit everyone, go, go, go. That's a green light, if ever you saw it. But no, to go back to that last question, Last Hope, you look at how they set themselves up for that first point. They really tried to take high ground. They anticipated a dive composition coming through. They were set up to deal with a dive composition. But when it comes to the Reinhardt and that Lucio and the speed boost, they didn't find a way to actually slow 8burst down. Reinhardt is very strong when you've got the speed on his side, but the second to actually slow that composition and make sure that the charge becomes a little bit more of a crawl, the Reinhardt shield takes so much poke damage. It doesn't have a lot of health though. It disappears extremely quickly, and once that shield breaks, the Reinhardt breaks right alongside it. So if Last Hope want to be able to come back in, they've got to start being able to chunk 8burst's tank lineup down.
2, 1.
Well, Last Hope is on their last life here. It's match point for 8burst in the BO3. We're swapping back over to Soldiers. Is this double? Oh my god, I haven't seen this in God knows how long.
This is the Ring of Roses comp, right? You just kite 8burst from one side to the other side, all the while lengthening out the distance as much as you possibly can, keeping your DPS safe behind 2 shields, and using Autumn Souls on the Zenyatta with those discords to give you 30% extra damage to whatever you hit. Oh, the boot!
Oh my god, what a boot by Impunity. Oh, this is awful for Last Hope. Immortality fields out, the tanks are down to the low ground, and 8burst, you can just see Lost Soul, Doom, Simplistic are all just rifling away from the high ground. They'll lose a Zenyatta in all of the madness. Doom needs to be getting away with the dive onto the high ground. Last Hope have turned this fight around big time, but it's far from done yet, as Lost Soul is still completely uncontested. The health bars for both teams relatively low, but it's 8burst who are forced back into their spawn.
8burst don't want to go for a full re-engage though, because if you give Last Hope the time to set this double shield up, then this is going to be absolutely brutal. They can set themselves up onto catwalk, they can distance themselves from the fight as much as possible, and now that they know that Impunity is just going to be looking for those roll-throughs, you can really punish this Hammond for going aggressive, but again! He gets the roll-through for free!
I mean, Impunity has been doing such a good job on this wrecking ball, and the peel from his team is just, oh, another! Just don't be there with this time. Oh, poor Faded. Poor Faded. This just looks awful. All the nades coming down him, trying to keep him healed up. Doom now has a very, very low HP Baptiste in sights, and, you know, I don't care if you're Autumn Souls or if you're Micro, you're going down to that one. 8burst off the back of Impunity, and this perfect wrecking ball have come and taken away this point.
You've got to start anticipating this. That's the second time. Impunity is just going to be looking for those knocks, and that's how you deal with double shield. They play so close together, they try to take the high ground. The second that you actually separate one of those 6 members, they are dead, and 8burst will absolutely commit when Impunity pushes those pieces into the puzzle.
Now they've got mines to try and cut this one off as well. Reverse on the Baptiste is going to be shutting it down with an Ant Matrix. Now, it holds them for a bit, but those spawns will definitely come back.
The minefield as well, making sure that Last Hope just can't go for that disengage away from Reverse's Amplification Matrix, that they get held in place and just have to take the damage one way or another. They'll be seeing the insides of their spawn. They'll be coming in with a fair few ultimates. Autumn Souls is actually going to go onto the Brigida, so now you do have that counter to Impunity. This Hammond is not just going to get an absolute free day to move forward, but you've still reset that ultimate.
Mind you, Doom did all that time through a little bit too close to the sun, so going in a man down now. 8burst Transcendence in, a whole lot of damage coming out of Last Hope with the Ant Matrix and absolutely everybody firing through it, but they haven't found the frag. It's been a fantastic disengage from 8burst. Doom goes down again for the second time in 30 seconds. Last Hope slowly, methodically, surely making their way onto point, but those health bars are getting real low, Mox.
Impunity's got another minefield! And 8burst, because of all of the mobility completely cut away from Last Hope, they're able to milk 75% plus on the point. Last Hope now can set themselves up with this double shield composition as far away from the fight as possible. We've got 2 forms of CC to try and keep Impunity in check, but nothing is going to stop that Hammond from going for those boots.
No, I mean, it's the real danger. They need to be watching their 6 at any given point in time. If one, oh, there they go. If one of these tanks get boofed out the high ground, they're going to be going through hell.
They better keep on moving. The mortality field's been thrown out. They do manage to regroup with their team without losing Train Cloud. They'll have the Grid Flux to try and go for re-engage. And 8 Burst are running out of gas in the tank. Now Last Hope, though, it's their time to engage. Doomed on the low ground. If you can take out one of these supports, maybe the Orisa, you're feeling all right. There's a Pulse Bomb. It's got a poor Brigitte's name on it. Stuck onto the Orisa, pulling away. Fantastic movement by Faded to keep him and the Brigitte alive. Now it's Last Hope, large and in charge, in the driver's seat, finding the frags they need to try and end Mecha Base for themselves.
8 Burst just don't have access to the ultimates right now. If Impunity had had a minefield, we might be seeing this team come back, but there's just not enough stabilization open. And this is Last Hope going to be walking away with Mecha Base.
These guys are so good at staggering. This is just crazy. Every set, like, even if they're losing the map, you're just like, wow, this took a solid 10 minutes to end.
This control point's in a nutshell, though. I mean, it's nowhere as egregious as Night Gardens on Lijiang, where teams just go for the Winston, the D.Va, they use the jump packs, the boosters to get from spawn through the window onto the point, and then they die, and then just the cycle repeats. But 8 Burst are doing a very good job of staggering onto these points, and if they'd had just a couple bit more percentage, a couple bit more ult charge, we might have seen them walk away with Mecha Base beneath their belts too, and that really puts Last Hope under a lot of pressure if they want to continue running this double shield. You've got to be able to have the estate needed to back it up. Because once again, Impunity on that Hammond is going to be the bane of this team's existence. You set yourself up in the high ground, you set yourself up for a nasty fall.
Well, you know what they say, Mox. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've got a lot of hit scan, a lot of shields, and a whole lot of hope. They're definitely going to be getting to this point second, though, mind you. They need to be watching their sightlines, and they need to be making sure that this dive from 8 Burst isn't too successful, and they need to be patient above all things to make sure that their hit scans have time to make it work. We talked about this map, though, and how the Tracer and Wrecking Ball can play together along with the Echo to put in really, really strong dives. We haven't seen that yet out of 8 Burst. Now is Last Hope slowly storm forward. They'll take out Fiddle, who is trying unwisely to hold his ground. Now 8 Burst backed off onto the back of the point. They've got one mini pack to realistically contest with here, but Last Hope have all the space they could ever want.
Last Hope as well have just a little bit more healing. 8 Burst are running that Zenyatta, that Brigitte, so you have to go aggressively and use the AoE of Inspire to just push your way forward. Whereas Last Hope, they've got that Batiste, a little bit more stability, as well as Immortality Field on that 25-second cooldown. It's a lot easier to rely on keeping yourself alive than it is a Transcendence, which takes a couple of fights at least to come online. Last Hope is actually going to go on to the McCree to try and match wits with Noxious, who's been doing so much in the way of just taking out these shields, making sure that 8 Burst don't have that Sigma to just keep themselves alive before the fight breaks out, as 8 Burst themselves are actually going to swap up and try and mirror this composition.
Keeping tuned on the Echo, though, an aggressive push by Last Hope. They'll put an Ant Matrix into the equation. They haven't found a kill from it, but they'll push back both Immortality Fields out, and the damage has been done. It's all blue on the left side of the kill feed, save for Lost Hope, who managed to find out Hopeful in just the final seconds of that quick little fight. But Last Hope have done the damage. They pushed forward, they got the frags, and they reset 8 Burst.
And 8 Burst as well have willingly reset their own ult charges by swapping this tank lineup. So for 8 Burst, this is a whole race of just get in, poke as much damage as you can, build up to ult charges so you can actually battle out Last Hope in terms of that power. And you've got to do it so quickly.
These sightlines are just brutal. Gravitic Flux out, Trance to cancel. Last Hope, they don't have the same amount of support from this match, though, as Impunity makes their way out. Oh, Hopeful. That's an oopsie. Managing to send himself back to spawn, and now it's 8 Burst large and in charge. They're very much in control at this point, without a Soldier 76 raining bullets on them.
8 Burst now can use these sightlines too, reverse holding onto that amplification matrix. We saw that Last Hope did a very good job at funneling 8 Burst into all of these engagements because you had control of these lanes, and now that advantage has turned hands. If you're Last Hope, you may have 77%, 8 Burst may not even have reached that 20%, but you play your sightlines right, you play your ultimate right, that's very quickly going to equalize.
I mean, I'm looking at Doomed in this duplicate. There's a lot of really, really good targets on the other side. You can go for a Bongo, which will last a good while. Put in a Discord, put in a Deadeye of your own Ant Matrix. You name it. Doomed has the opportunity, but the first Deadeye that you gotta watch out for. Everybody cowering behind this is one wall. Like, wow, that wall took a beating. Good job, Busan, for being strong, but Impunity out. 8burst looking less so right now as Noxious just continues to batter away at them from the high ground. Doom trying to get a rally online to make this fight last a little bit longer, but it's just not going to be there in time. Now, Gravitic Flux out of fit. They're fighting for this, Mox.
8burst wanting to just eke out as much point percentage as they can, try to set Simplistic up as close as possible to that Transcendence, because that is the ultimate that this team needs right now. Last Hope are holding onto a Supercharger, pretty soon a Sigma Flags, but an already charged up Tag Visor. If you don't have that Transcendence, you are going to be burning all of your Kinetic Grasp and then some, just to keep yourself alive before the fight breaks out.
There's a chance to get online before the end of this fight, but it's final fight no matter what. Doomed is in charge of the touch, does manage to get it online. Now Hopeful moving in, and oh my god, everybody's dead for 8burst before they can even get near the point. The tanks try to approach. Simplistic can't get the trance online. Last Hope have come to play. They fire back with a quick 2-0 to make the match scoreline 1-1. We're going to 3, Mox.
Supercharger. It's such a horrible ultimate to walk into. It feels like it's very easy to clear right too. It's a deployable, it goes down, it has a health bar, you can shoot it. But if you don't have a defense matrix, a Transcendence or an Immortality field to hide behind, you have to give up so much space or just eat so much damage. And 8burst were just in the position where they had to walk forward, they had to contest, they had to walk forward into that Tag Visor that just absolutely obliterated them. The Zen didn't even get to hit 90% ult charge.
No, I think things are getting a little bit worse here for 8burst. Last Hope changed up a couple of things there, but I mean, I think most notably was the composition. I think this comes down to one thing and one thing alone. 225 HP Brigida. Please, out of my game now. This experimental patch can't come any sooner.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, it will only be lurking on experimental patch for about 2 weeks, but as it is now, it is indeed beefy Brig and all of the trimmings that come alongside it, and that, and again, is another reason why we see a lot of Echoes go for that duplication. You have the chance to hit the rally, you have the CC, but you also have that extra little buffet to your health bar, and we've seen that 8burst really do like to lean into copying that support, that they want to use the second Brigade, or rather, to try and initiate themselves into that fight. But we're also seeing that Last Hope have a very good grasp of how to work around it when the duplication of the Brigida comes through. They just spam that damage in so that the Brigida just does not have time to actually get in. The team can't initiate because you blink and the Brig's gone.
Yeah, the Brig has been honestly a centerpiece to what Last Hope have been wanting to run. There's a big difference here between the support lineups, right? I know you're both running BAP, but Zen versus Brig is just such a large difference, especially on open maps like that where you're constantly looking at getting dove. And I know that Transcendence sounds good, but the Brig just does it all the time, and you're already going to have yourself an Immortality field to keep yourself up. And I think Last Hope played around that a lot better with the Brig.
Zen is very vulnerable as well. Like the second you're actually able to get up close to him and split him off from the team, he's gone. We've all seen it. He got a little bit of a buff. Everyone was super happy, and then it didn't really matter because teams opted into the Zen and they just got jumped. Everyone's been there. When Dive first came out, it was a matter of which Zen is going to survive longer. It wasn't a matter of the Zen's going to survive the entire map. It was survive a couple of seconds into the fight, and you've done your job. With Brigida, if you're able to get in close, there's still so much to actually contest. You want to try and keep her at an arm's length, the absolute opposite way of dealing with that Zenyatta.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious whether or not 8burst actually end up running it, because it feels, after having watched them for 2 games now, for 2 matches, like they're just pulling on to this double shield, right? It doesn't necessarily look practice. I don't want to take away from them. They're a solid team. I've seen them play before. I know the people on the team. They know how to play this composition. They played it whenever double shield was meta beforehand, actually not too long ago, you know, a couple stages ago, when everybody was running the double shield and the Ashe, Genji, and Mercy and all that jazz. So it plays relatively the same as when it did back then, and they just need to kind of pull in those pieces. So I think in the next match, we're looking for them to just improve at that composition and adapt a little bit better, and I have no doubt they'll be able to.
Well, I mean, I've got my fingers crossed that we just get to see Impunity play Hammond again. Because I think this team is the strongest where Hammond is enabled. They have such a good grasp of how to use the Hammond to knock the other side out of order to make sure that you can just jump onto that tank, pounce on an abandoned Orisa or Sigma, and immediately shred them out and then move on to the rest of the team who are just absolutely decimated without that anchor to hold their composition together. And that was the big difference, right? They put up such a good fight on Mecha Base because Impunity was able to go through and knock them off the ledges, and they were able to separate those targets. And then you have a look at a map like Downtown where Impunity wasn't able to use those ledges, wasn't able to use the environment to their favor, and they looked a lot weaker.
So the next map we're going to, I want to get your opinion on this, is Nepal, which, I mean, there's some degree of high ground there, but I think if you're heading into a map like Sanctum, do you think the Wrecking Ball is favored? Because that's a notable map for Double Shield.
It's definitely one of those where you can see Double Shield come out, but I feel like Impunity is just stronger on the Hammond. And you think about you're walking into Double Shield, and you maybe have to worry about how you move on to that point, but you're walking into a Hammond who knows how to use environments to his favor, and you are watching everywhere. There is no fear. Quite like walking towards a boopable part of that map, knowing that there is a Hammond just waiting in the wings to go through and hit a 3k boop off the side.
These are actually really big swaps from 8burst. I'm curious which of these they stick with. So I think the Zenbrig's there to stay. They're falling back onto what they know, which is going to be the Sigma Wrecking Ball. They're not running a full dive with it. In reverse, going back on the Lucio. They're creating as many threats into this hole as they possibly can.
Last Hope going to be opting into that double shield fight. Autumnsoul is going to be going for the Brigitte, so they're anticipating the dive to come through, and they've got an awful lot to make sure that they can counteract it, because when Micro uses that immortality field too early on the fight, that's when 8burst can capitalize on the moment.
Now holding on side ground, Impunity in the Wrecking Ball, doing whatever work they can, but 8burst rely on a knife's edge. These dives need to come one after another, but if a single one of them goes wrong, if they lose a single player here, they're not in a great position. Dropping down now onto low ground, who's here to contest the first push? It's Impunity, but only for a second. Wrapping around, 8burst just can't match the raw shield power of Last Hope right now, who continue to just hold off and stave away this push.
Doom just can't get in close enough to this Ashe. You manage to occupy the intention of the DPS for a couple of moments, but the second that you go down, there's nothing to stop Noxious from just holding court over the entirety of this map using these sight lenses. 8burst struggle to close up that distance. Reverse is even on the Mercy just to try and give Lost Ball a leg up in this fight, but it's still not enough. You're shooting for 2 layers of shield.
I mean, this is just some sadistic game of Ring Around the Rosie right now that Last Over is playing with 8burst. You can't find a foothold, you can't get on top of the DPS, and every single time you try to push this Orisa, she just rotates around to the other side of the map. Now Ant Matrix out on point. Last Hope get even harder to push as this Porcupine throws it, spines out Impunity. Oh my god, how is this man alive? He's not going to be for much longer. Never mind. Last Hope shut down any bit of hope that he may have had. 8burst need to reset here.
They will be coming in with support ultimates. Reverse is actually going to pop the Valkyrie just to try and keep the members safe. Doomed onto the Sombra. And this is a nice change. You know that Last Hope, they're playing that double shield. They are going to be sticking together, so when EMP hits, it's going to hit an awful lot of them. But the big question is, how long is it going to take EMP to get built up? Because this is the same problem as you were running into on that Tracer. The second you go in, Last Hope is going to absolutely shred that health bar, and if it's running the Moira and Lucio, you're not going to have a lot of support for the Sombra.
Not just dueling out Doom, forcing the Sombra away just as the rest of 8burst pulls in. And remember, 8burst can actually out-rotate Last Hope now that they have a Lucio to try and make it count. It's just getting there. The Reinhardt's so dangerous. Any form of group, any form of stall, but he's in. The Dynamite's huge over top from Noxious, though. Last Hope immediately shutting down any hope 8burst had. And most notably, Doomed only 30% up to the EMP. In fact, not able to touch in time. Last Hope put themselves up to a 1-0 lead. And Mox, they are set up to take away the series.
We praised 8burst's adaptability beforehand, but then the swap comes through just a little bit late. They go for the Lucio, they identify that Last Hope are running those rotations in absolute circles around them, but they leave it to the very last minute, the very last fight, and when you're running that Sombra, the true power comes from that EMP. You hold it, a hostage situation over the double shield to make sure that they can't group up, that they can't just bundle into so many spines of a Porcupine for when you actually get close enough. 8burst now need to win this map to keep themselves in the series. Doomed looks like wants to run onto that Mei, and that means that you have that wall, that extra little bit of safety to make sure that Last Hope have to push through another layer, essentially a second shield. But it also allows Impunity to get a lot more aggressive. You can wall Last Hope's exit off, you can cut these rotations that have been the bane of A-Burst existence.
Let's do the time warp again. Like, that's the entire song. In both these comps, they're just going like, okay, this composition didn't work, let's go back a minute. We're back on to Maycree. It's the beginning of season of Overwatch League. We're working with this. We've got double shield, meta versus meta. Last Hope dropping extremely low and burst every single time they poke out of this choke point. There's a boatload of damage coming with it. This Ant Matrix, though, is making some more damage of its own as Impunity gets traded out for Autumn Souls, but it's no main take now for 8 Burst. They got to frag out the old-fashioned way. Lost Soul from the side is doing it on the McCree, but you're going to need more than that to make this work.
Trinkler tries to drop the Sigma Flux to finish this fight off for Last Hope so that they can set this double shield up, but Doomed loses a lot of power the second that the mate isn't in position to cut these rotations out, and Last Hope have done it. A-Burst are just trying to get as much as they can. Even putting the shadow
Impunity?
in Impunity is making things work. Reverse comes back with the Lucio. They're in this fight. That's still going.
I'm speechless. That was, as a Reinhardt player, that was beautiful. That's all I have to say.
I mean, it's Impunity's Reinhardt. Come on, we saw it on University, we get to see it here. 8burst already had one heck of a stagger where they were able to just keep the stall all the way through in their last series. It seems to be their strongest map as Doomed is looking extremely comfortable on this Mei with the Blizzard info.
That was a big whiff by Fiddle, looking for a target to one-shot, but the target is definitely not it. 5v6 now, and nothing to stop the damage from coming in when Noxious actually popped his Deadeye. Lost Soul makes a lot of space with his, though, taking down Autumn Soul, which is fantastic. There's nothing else to peel away this Reinhardt now, but they still have to get the damage in with Impunity out of the way. Last Hope should be seeing this point tick over.
Faded keeping a hold of the supercharger as well, and that is huge. Because with that difference in percentage, 0 to 82%, you have to eke these fights out for as long as you possibly can. And 8burst, if they just use the speed boost to get Doomed into the fray, there is nothing that can stop that Blizzard from connecting to the floor. Last Hope don't have a defense matrix, don't have a kinetic grasp. You are looking for CC to stop the mate, and that is it.
Fixed onto the Doom Fist, hopeful out with just a shave of HP. Now wall onto the Zarya. A world of hurt, but it's the Blizzard that's really going to be doing it. Everybody's caught, even with the bongo down. 8burst looks fantastic. Doom in the backline, hopeful, just 70 HP to his name now to work with. Lost Soul going to be ending that one rather quickly. 8burst decisively win off the back of a, quite frankly, uncounterable Blizzard.
8burst coming from the high ground as well means that even if Faded had dropped that supercharger, you're not doing an awful lot to deter the team. If they'd come from main lane and you drop the supercharger, then you've got to hug the sides. You'll take so much damage, you'll potentially lose that Mei before the fight begins. By going the natural cover way, they're able to just keep moving, use the speed boost, drop the Blizzard and win the fight off the back of it, but they don't have a support ultimate to see themselves through the grab.
Faded immediately coming onto this point. 8burst are at 99%, but last, oh my god, it's a quick fight for him. Faded and Hopeful went to town. The second the Brigades got in, it was all over. Last Hope take control, but at 40%.
I mean, it's the silver lining for 8burst, right? They die so quickly in that Graviton, the fight is already over. 99% they're sitting on, and Last Hope don't have the time to start building up to these ultimates, these win conditions, once that Graviton fades out. Whereas for 8burst, you're about to hit your 2 support ultimates. You're about to have all of the sustain you need for Impunity to be able to hit this next shadow.
Last Hope have to find picks early if they want to avoid that shot, if they want to avoid the sound barrier, if they want to avoid all of these ultimates coming out from 8burst. But Lost Soul already taking out Micro is really bad. There's nothing to peel away this Reinhardt in the same way that a Brigitte would be able to. The Deadeye, it just buys time. Mox nearly a shot landing on a simplistic, but 8burst now rejuvenated and ready to go are going to push their way in. It's a Doomfister on the backside. He's using a lot of time to get here, but if he finds a punch, it could end the entire fight. It's 2-for-2 trades. It's sloppy on the point, but it's final fight territory.
8burst just need to keep staggering themselves. Reverse is about to hit that soundbar. Impunity back onto the hammer, but the mines are dropped right in the entrance, and they can't get back onto point.
They should be able to, yep, just enough time to make it up and around the side lane, and the mine should be clearing by the time the important character should be coming back. Grab, though, is a big thing to watch here. Last Hope only catches the Wrecking Ball, but that's a lot of the stagger potential for 8burst. Now gone out the window. Last Hope are fighting like their lives depend on it. They're looking to take this game 2-1, and that's exactly how it's going to end. Tracer out of the way. Last Hope on to the finals, and 8burst are going to have to be fighting for their lives in the lower bracket.
Weren't quite able to set up that stagger. Reverse did have the sign bar, but it looked like it wasn't actually able to connect with the ground in time to buffer their health bars right back up to that maximum. So Last Hope walk away 2-1. The exact same scoreline as when they beat their previous team, right at Esports, and keep their head high as they keep moving with this upper bracket.
I gotta say, the competition this week is stiff. Oh my god. All of the Ryder, Last Hope, as well as 8burst, like, all over the place. Talented players, strong players. I'm interested to see who actually goes up to the finals. That's the big one for me, and I'm glad that we get to see all of these three teams play against one another. I want to know how the lower bracket's going. We've got more matches to come. Before then, though, I gotta let you guys know about the one-on-one coaching offered by Nerd Street, helping you guys get better at games, helping me get better at games as well. Mox, add on another 500 to that 2,000. I'm at least plat now thanks to these guys. Check it out, locos.gg/camps. If you want to find out more about that one. Until then, though, we're going to be heading over to the lower bracket final, which will be in a best of one format. We'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hello friends, just popping back in to give you guys a quick update on what's going on. Next up, instead of losers finals, we get a bonus match. We're going to be heading over to the losers semifinals, where we get to see Flatmouse Gaming go up, or Flatmouse Gang rather, go up against either Rider Esport or Refresh the Roster. See who comes out of this losers bracket alive. We're just waiting for that Rider versus Refresh the Roster matchup to finish up. So once that is, we'll immediately be coming back for you guys. So don't stay away for too long. We'll be right back with more Overwatch action. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading into the next match. Ryder Esports versus Flatmouse Gang. Things have changed up a little bit. The lower bracket is best of 3, so we're getting all the matches that we could ever want. More Ryder, more Flatmouse, more 8 burst. I don't know what better we could realistically ask for, Mox. This lower semis is going to be a barn burner.
Absolutely, because if you're Ryder Esports, right, you didn't expect, we didn't expect this team to be in the losers bracket. This team's stacked. Absolutely stacked. We've talked about, you know, pedigree coming in for all of the other guys, but like I said, this is the fantasy football of contenders teams. Someone has just taken a pen, circled all the names that they want, like Dream Support, Dream Tank, Dream DPS, and they've just shoved them all in a cauldron, stirred it up a bit, and out has come Ryder Esports. So you're looking to go to that upper bracket, you're looking to take away this entire series. To do that, you first got to be able to see yourself through this next one up against Flatmouse. And this, I feel, can go either way, right? You can either go the entire distance and we can have those free maps play, or Flatmouse are going to have the same problems that we saw in the first series with them, where they just went in and tried to do everything alone. And Overwatch is one of those games where you really do have to be able to coordinate, communicate with your team, because every single thing that you do as one person, its impact is doubled, tripled, quadrupled based on how many people take along for the ride.
Yeah, and that's the big thing I'm looking for in this match, with Ryder being a hodgepodge of contenders players, with Flatmouse being a little bit less coordinated on the front and more individually talented. It's already a control. It's already a control best of 3. But it's gonna get chaotic no matter what. These fights are gonna take forever to end. They're gonna be fighting for it forever. The picks are gonna be coming out constantly, and you have to expect players to be popping off. And honestly, for as much as we want to say these teams can both look to improve their coordination and their team ability, it may just be a battle of who can give each other the hardest blow.
It's gonna be a battle of who can stay alive on that point. for the longest possible time who can get that stall and just eke out that percentage. Even if you lose the fight, if you post the better percentage, then you can just wait until the ultimates are in your favor and then come over. And you know what, though? We're not going to talk about it until it comes out. Eiko is going on to the Torbjorn, and this is the anti-dive composition of them all. You don't need a Brigitte if no one can get into your backline because of that turret.
Ryder wrapping around is the same thing that we saw earlier. I mean, the Torbjorn's realistically the hero to watch right now. This composition is so... like dive Torb, kind of. The turret's gone. It's just the rivet gun at this point. Flatmouse gang holding on to the high ground, peeling away. Peter now onto the low ground, contesting the point. Our Ryder. They need to find the way in, though. Get this turret set up and get feeling good about yourself, but they can't. Flatmouse holding on, and Willow on the soldier is just going to constantly take down those turrets. One by one by one. Finally, Flatmouse decided to move forward, but it leaves Zenyatta behind the low HP, but the Discord Orb means a lot of damage being thrown Peter's way. And Flatmouse maintain control. This is just solid, systematic, controlled Overwatch. It's exactly what we wanted to see out of them.
Flatmouse playing as a team as well. Nammed on that Zenyatta sticking really close so that even when Peter on that Hammond goes in for the pile drive, the team is out to just chunk the Hammond down, keep the Zenyatta alive. Ryder Esports, they tried the Sombra, they tried the Torbjorn, they will be resetting their composition, which means reset ult charges. So this next fight is just going to be do as much damage as you can, pull as many ultimates out from the other side before you go down.
Flatmouse maintaining their high ground positioning. Peter's in, and it's not the most impactful of roll throughs. At least the backline a little bit open, though. Just enough for a focusing beam from Eiko to slip in. Traded out, though, for the main tank. It might not be worth. Flatmouse are putting back in the Transcendence, and they're pushing back out to find all of the value that they've earned.
They did use both support ultimates, though, and that is a big window of opportunity for Ryder in this next engagement. Eiko sliding on that duplication can be the big turning point for this team, but Flatmouse, they still have control of choke, and they still have a composition that has 3 ultimates, all of which can be used to just keep you channeled up in that corridor.
Riddick fluxes up its shooting gallery now for Willow, puts in a little bit of damage, but again, like you said, it's all about what these ultimates can stall out. Duplicates in, and they don't even need it to finish this one off. 70% taking over on the point, and Ryder Esports are yet to put up a solid fight for us.
Ryder Esports will be coming into 2 support ultimates though, but do you have the time, the percentage to be able to play around with it? Because you don't have stall. You don't have Hammer Mice to drop onto the point to make sure that you can just bully your way onto it and force Flatmouse off to give you the percentage necessary to set Carry Mass online for this early. So whatever Ryder Esports do, it has to all come through when Avenue hits that ult.
Back in, Ryder finally starting off the fight right. Afro out of the sky, duplicate onto Eiko, and Avenue still has a Transcendence in tow. Cabbymouse still has a rally to make this fight count, but Flatmouse, even if they lose it, they've gotten this one up to 99%. They've got a way back in. It's going to take a Herculean effort from Ryder to make this work.
If there's any point that you want to be in control on though, it's mecha base in this scenario. Because now you have access to the choke, you have 2 support ultimates, as long as you don't stack them. As long as you don't layer them up and use Transcendence to see yourself through. This next fight even potentially play Minesweeper when Luki comes in with these Hammer Mines and Cavi Master's Rally allows you to go aggressively in. Then you can stall this point out for as much percentage as you can to equalize.
The exact same thing that we saw out of Ryder earlier, but oh my god, that was chunky. Whew, 2 for Shoko, quick fight end for Ryder, but they spent a good bit getting there.
2 ultimates as well. Flatmouse just showed up. They showed their faces and it was enough. Ryder Esports in that spot where they can't allow Flatmouse any sort of foothold. Having to just keep them at as much of an arm's length as possible. Having to commit heavily, whereas Flatmouse can just wait out. It's the patient play.
I'll tell you what wasn't patient. Luki, but you got to be a lot more careful than that running into Brigitte. A great reaction by Ryder. They could actually push further and go for some kills here. This is getting pretty dicey for Flatmouse.
Alright, Esports holding onto this tank visor as well, and now if Flatmouse do go for this point percentage, if you just drop Hammer Mines and try and force Ryder Esports to turn around, you've still got to contest the soldier.
Oh, just as the visor goes off, Luki runs away, mine's back on point. The Minesweeper Zenyatta is effective, but you know what's more effective, Mox? A soldier on the high ground, completely uncontested with Visor. 2 should end the fight here for Ryder in its final fight territory.
Farmers just have to get out as quickly as possible, and Ryder Esports are doing everything they can to keep this fight going, not allow Flatmice to get a proper reset so they can push this point, because now did go down with the Transcendence. That was why we saw the Sacrifices come out from Lab. They have a hold if they can get in, but Ryder Esports are just making sure they don't see the point.
All the touches there, overtime's rough. The Transcendence has to be used, and they're very fortunate that wall is there. Peter doesn't get out with his life, but he does get out with a lot of pressure. Lab is still uncontested on this high ground, and there's nothing that can get up to him. Even with overtime taking down, these guys can't afford to peek the angles. There's not enough healing. Overtime's down, and Ryder come away with map 1.
We said it. If there's any point that you want to be in control of when you're up against 99% on the other side, it's mecha base. Those corridors, those chokes are absolutely fatal in terms of that time bank, and Ryder Esports had such a good job at putting in as little as possible to pull out as much as they possibly could from the other side. Flatmice, they tried to keep a hold of that Transcendence for as long as they could. Unfortunately, Nand holds onto it too long. And since the Zen goes down, Ryder can just initiate with the Attack Visor and keep that fight spiraling out of Flatmice's control. You can't do that on Sanctuary though. It's a lot harder to stuff these teams up in one particular spot because this map is just so wide, and that allows these Tracers to really go for some painful flanks towards that backline.
It's ironic that we've only got one of them though. It's Lab back on the Soldier. And you know what? I don't mind it. You're uncontested in the last one. Why not try and run it again? Flatmouse are much more likely to try and go for those dives, like you mentioned, the map being much more open, much more available for that, but it's about pulling them off. That's the tricky part. When you've got a soldier like Lab on the other side, it's not so easy to just pick him off. So much damage being thrown your way. Lukey, I mean, it was an attempted engage, if you could even call it one, just gets burnt through by all the damage that Ryder have to offer, and they'll finish up the fight following.
You can see the difference as well in this DPS charge. Afro isn't able to go into this guy, isn't able to take advantage of the really quite open skybox, because the second you boost up there, Lab is just going to chunk you down, already 61% to that attack visor, so effectively the Psycho has to worry about the soldier from the other side and Echo on that mirror echo. Willow is going to be swapping onto a soldier of their own, but you've already given up that first point control. You're already facing down the barrel of attack visor that Lab has been able to pull at a breakneck speed.
I mean, it's no surprise with the amount of damage he's putting out. I want to appreciate that Avenue is matching him on the Zenyatta. Namd is actually able to keep up here. It was pretty difficult to say who's going to come with that first key ultimate. The Flatmouse gang have started their engagement. They started encroaching forward into the space of Ryder. It's just the question of when do Ryder pop their ultimate. I'm looking at the mines to be the real engagement tool, but again, Lukey, every time he enters his backline, it's a stun. It's a boatload of sticky bombs and a whole lot of Lab up in his face. The fight has already started off fantastically for Ryder. And now, yep, that's a soldier. Done and dusted. Ryder are just all kinds of in control of this match right now.
For Flatmice, you don't really have anything that can go with the Hammond either. Ideally, you want Afro to be partnered up with Lukey, but Afro is having to take care of the DPS, so Lukey going into that backline doesn't have a Tracer, doesn't have an Echo, doesn't have anything to protect themselves, and is instead just serving as a big old bag of ultra for the other side, as you're not able to knock them out of position, you're not able to separate them for the rest of your team to pick apart.
Ryder only have one fight between them and a match point right now. Gravitic Flux aggressive onto the opposing Sigma. Can't get the block on the Accretion, and Levi is done. He's out of there already. Flatmouse can't get past this initial choke, though. People get onto a Sigma, rally in, and there goes all the momentum up into the air. And I'll tell you what goes up, Mox. Well, it didn't go down, at least not quickly. The duplicate ran out, but the time is also running out here for Flatmouse. They desperately scramble to get on point.
Levi does have that Sigma Flex. Ryder Esports lacking that Transcendence. This is where the kills can come through. They hit the ground, but the kill feed does not light up, and Flatmice, they've just got to try and keep themselves stalled. But it is a hopeless fight.
No, not a chance. Ryder look more solid than ever, which is crazy, right? They're an amazing team in their own right, but getting knocked down to losers bracket, I feel like there's a real gut check for them, and they're not taking it lightly.
Yeah, we're gonna see Lab picking up play of the game. No surprises there. That Soldier was nigh untouchable on Sanctuary. It will be the mecha based one. And no, you're gonna see the reaction immediately. Nams goes down, Sam. In goes Taxizer, and out goes Flatmouse Game.
I mean, it's another one up for Ryder. Remember, it is a best of 3. This isn't done yet. Flatmouse, I mean, it looks like the same things ailed them that were before. They're struggling to find fights as a team, and I think if they can clean that up, they've got a solid chance. But it's just the fact that every single time Ryder win a fight, it's not just a fight. It's like 3 staggers afterwards. It's another 60 seconds off of the clock, and you need to start reducing that value so that they can't win these with as few fights as they have managed to.
It's the disengages. It really is, because they go in, they take so much damage, they can't get close enough to the DPS. But Ryder Esports see that Flatmouse don't have that Lucio, that they're trying to run things like Brigitte and Zenyatta, which is extremely vulnerable once you do start losing that ground. And Ryder do everything in their power to just keep pushing Flatmouse back. We saw it on Mecha Base when they pushed Flatmouse practically all the way back to their spawns. We saw it on Sanctuary where they really went to chase those kills, but they just didn't allow Luki to try to set up those Hammond plays with the boops, with the knocks, with the pile drivers. Ryder Esports were just constantly nipping at Flatmouse's heels. And I feel like Flatmouse, they're playing as if they have a Lucio, right? They're playing as if they have that speed boost at their beck and call, but it's something that's just a little bit lacking, and it means their rotations are just a little bit messier than Ryder's.
You know, you mentioned Luki on the Wrecking Ball, and I think I want to go back over to that, because I don't want to blame Luki specifically. You are playing into a very, very strong retail, and that is saying, I mean, not too much. Honestly, Cabin Mass is just insane. That's how it is, and you need to be ready for that, and honestly, if it's giving you a lot of trouble, I think it's beyond the just fix up the playstyle thing. I think it's about time we swap up compositions and maybe try something a little bit different, if we're being quite honest. I expected this match to be a lot more neck and neck, but it feels like the support lineup for Ryder has been just such a pain for every single time that Flatmouse want to dive. It's been denied.
I mean, this is what we talk about though when you run that dive. Dive needs members of the team. It needs that mass support, because the people that you pick up for dive, Winston, Diva, Hammond, Genji, Tracer, they do tiny little chips of damage. They don't have massive big chunk potentials like, you know, Ashe with the 2-tap, or if you're being mercy damage boosted, the 1-tap. Same for Widowmaker, same for Hanzo, same for McCree. You have to have a lot of hands on deck actually making sure that those chips turn into one of those big chunks. And if Flatmouse want to continue running this dive, then they really do have to try and send their forces, go for that buddy system, the backline assassination hit squad, or indeed change up this composition entirely. And that seems like they're going to do exactly that. Levi on to Zarya, Luki on to the Reinhardt, and now you've got combo on this Lucio. This is a really good Flatmouse gang composition. They fast, they want to get in aggressively, and this is going to stick them to a T.
All the feet just laid onto the gas pedal right now. It goes in, Doomfist Punch connects onto the Levi. With Luki out as well. No tank line to defend Flatmouse anymore. Ryder come away with the first fight and the first tick.
It's like you're playing up against a Hammond when it's just a Doomfist. It's the exact same problem. Comes in, completely derails your positioning, your composition, and when you manage to separate that Reinhardt from the speed boost, he becomes so very vulnerable, especially if Ryder can just pile in on him and punish the fact that you're playing a very close quarters hero as you just get pushed further and further away from the fight.
I've got more concerns now. How much does it take to get Lab off this high ground? Eiko's got a cheeky position, but this shouldn't... Oh, maybe it does result in a lot. Oh, God. They need to be careful. No, it's Afro trading back. Levi down, though. And again, losing your Zarya that early into the fight. Luki, rather, is going to be just such a large disadvantage that you can't push in off the back of him.
Eiko's just trying to keep control of that side room as Lab is still holding down steps, and if you're Flatmouse, you're sandwiched. You can't go into side room, there's a Doomfist waiting to slam you into the wall, you can't go into steps, there's a solid 94% attack visor. They're just not able to get in close enough, and these ult charges, yes, Wall is about to hit that Death Blossom, but that is so very counterable, and you have to get in close enough to actually be able to connect the shotguns to anything.
But think about it this way, Mox. It's realistically their only chance at actually pulling that one off as well. Oh, Luki, big whip on the Shatter. They're looking to follow up with the Death Blossom, but it's just not there. You'll trade back to Ryder Esports look.
borderline unstoppable. They came to play. They've got more ults to go. Flatmouse have got to start figuring their stuff out right now.
They've got 2 support ultimates, but Door, you've got to actually be able to get yourself close enough to use it. You want Levi to use this Graviton to bait out one of these support ultimates before it comes through, because you don't have the follow-up damage, you don't have the meteor strike, you don't have a pulse from currently with Willow only just going onto the Tracer. And that means if Kagmas has access to Steinberg when Grav comes through, it's going to be no one.
Lab on the high ground, uncontested right now. There's another support ultimate on the back of this. Remember, Mouse still has a sound barrier to get used immediately. Afro getting absolutely crushed by the damage that Lab is putting out. A grab on top. Ryder Esports just have an unlimited supply of ultimates right now. This is not fair. Flatmouse King, for all the effort they're putting in and trying to take this point, it has been completely unsuccessful, stifled, and put down by Ryder, putting themselves up 1-0 on the map. In fact, setting themselves up to try and take away the match.
That grab in that last fight, it wasn't Soko's. It wasn't Ryder's, but you could not tell from that kill feed though, because they just have the coalescence, they have that sustainability to keep themselves alive, and Lab in the back on the high ground, able to just hammer in enough damage to keep Flatmouse at that arm's length, making sure that they can't capitalize on all of the members stuck in it. And once again, we see the punishment, that real problem with control maps when you're on the defeated side in that first fight. Your ultimate charge, your point percentage, it's so far behind the other sides.
You're back, you're behind, you're low in ultimate charge, and you're questioning, how do we finish off this match? Let's take a look at what Flatmouse have locked in. They're going back over to dive. Ryder have... Nope, they've got intentions of changing. Glad I held my tongue.
Yeah, Flatmouse going to be opting into that dive, making sure that the support can keep themselves safe with the sustains. Lucio being so hard to catch, Moira having the bait at her beck and call. Ryder Esports going to be a little bit more vulnerable. They're running Avenue on that Pinata, so if Flatmouse are able to get into the back and deal with Kagmas, then they can come alive.
But has that been a problem for them yet? Kagmas has looked so good on the brig, and already Flatmouse, even with all the space that they have on point, are getting picked off one by one. Willow and Lukey, the first to go, and honestly, I mean, you look back to Goats and you talk about teams and the first death percentages on the Reinhardts. This feels like the exact same thing. When that main tank goes down first, Flatmouse gang are out of the fight.
Flatmouse didn't have the time to set the dive up either, because Echo on the Echo just comes in, gets in the face, uses the focusing beam to keep Luki and Levy pinned into place, making sure you can't go after the Zenyatta. And look at the difference in ult charges. 91% to that duplication in that first fight. Flatmouse are going to field an Echo of their own combo going on to Mercy. Now they're actually going to go on to Anna to have a little bit more in way of pure stealing, a little bit more in way of denial as well for Ryder Esports when they hit that Transcendence with the anti-need to get in the mix. But you still are putting yourself into a very vulnerable spot where Anna alone is very much targetable.
Well, Flatmouse are in. It's working out. The anti-nade not exactly needed right now, but Ryder Esports are set back to spawn. And I like this from Flatmouse. It was much quicker, so much more aggressive than last time.
Namd as well going on to that. Anna is going to be doing so much to enable this dive. Now that you're going to have that nano boost coming into the cards, Lukey going in is not just going to create space. It has that real amount of threat that will keep Ryder Esports occupied, but not if Willow is going to get that combo somehow manages to get the
out?
res
He's
off.
not dead yet. Wait, the point's taking over.
Right.
If 2 people die on point right now, this is hugely successful right now for Flatmouse. They've already got 1. Labs out of the way. Ryder need to trade this one back to make that little bit of time wastage worth it. Oh, well, they're dead. Avenue's gone. Point takes over. Ryder are in control, and they've got sustain with the help of a rally. And if Lab can come back in with this visor, he can look to close the fight out and let Echo farm people up with a focusing beam.
And unfortunately for Flatmouse as well, you're running that dive, you need the numbers on your side before you can properly try and take this fight. And Ryder Esports all the while for waiting for Flatmouse's reinforcements to come through. This is tick percentage gaining for that other side.
Hitting the final fight territory, the Gravenic Flux, as well as the Transcendence, both look to end the game right now for Ryder. Flatmouse need to end this fight soon, but they can't find the frag. They can't set up for the dive that they've been looking for this entire time. They finally got the space on the point, but the Ana now under duress. Fantastic sleep by Nam, and Lukey able to clean up Avenue for it. Ryder Esports are slowly losing their players and their space, but they can't afford to lose their main tank. Lukey's down.
Oh, point percentage not on their side either. Afro gonna go for the duplication onto the Solid. Is able to hit the tag riser, but Ryder Esports, they're so mobile. They've already got 99% on this point. Even if they lose this fight, though, they have such a long time to play around to build these ultimates up, and Flatmice are going to have to do everything in their power, throw in ultimates as they come online, just to try and equalize that score.
Now with the high ground, Flatmouse can set up for any dive they want. The only thing that Ryder have right now is the trance or the mines. They need to have the ultimates count. And we've seen Peter put in some pretty good mines so far. The question is, where do they go? Nammed on the high ground is looking like a very juicy target. Biotic need to keep himself alive, but doesn't run towards the tank that's desperately trying to defense matrix him and will get punished for doing so. Ryder Esports now pushing in on a team that has no main support to keep them alive. All of this damage is going to stick.
No mercy either, no res on the Ana. And Flatmice just have to try and keep themselves alive for when Nant can come back with that nano. But Ryder Esports already establishing themselves, making sure that combo even on the Lucio is going to have such a hard time actually getting the tap. And it's not there.
Oh.
Ryder Esports, once again, those Hammond mines. Peter did such a good job with those. That was the second time that Hammond just dropped the mines in the entrance point on Flatmice Gang spawn side to make sure that they just could not get there.
This has been just astoundingly good play from Ryder, and I know we've seen them before in previous weeks, but this is beyond the stuff that we've seen previously from them. They came to play, they recognize the competition, and they're stepping up their game.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing what they're going to do next, because this is a team that's extremely strong. This is a team that's extremely coordinated. We're seeing them flip through compositions. We're seeing them deal with situations as they arise on the fly, and it's worrying. If you're up against these guys next, you've got to look at these previous performances and take a big old gulp.
I mean, okay. This next match means more than just you're in the tournament or you're out of the tournament for these guys. Next match is the winner of Ryder versus 8burst moving on to the losers finals, or to the grand finals rather. And for that, both of these teams have lost to Last Hope. This isn't just a shot at the tournament. This is a shot at redemption up against a team that ran both these guys up against the ropes. I think it was a 2-1 in either direction both times. So this top three just keeps getting more exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, the losers finals is coming up in just a bit. So keep your eyes glued to your screens and your butts firmly planted in those seats. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, friends of friends. We're heading into the losers bracket finals. We've got two of the hottest teams around right now. It's 8burst going up against Flat Mouse Gaming, or pardon me, Ryder Esports. And we've been looking for this one for a little bit. Both these guys ended up losing to Last Hope. They're both coming back for that second shot at the grand finals. Mox, I've got no predictions. I couldn't ask for a better matchup to try and finish off the losers bracket.
I mean, statistically, you both lose to the same team. It's the exact same scoreline, 2-1. Yeah, it's pretty even between both of these guys, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they interact, especially because everyone remembers Impunity, I'm sure. The moments that we got to see that guy play Reinhardt are going to be stuck in quite a few people's minds for a very long time to come, and we also know that Ryder Esports are a very strong team, a very aggressive team who decide when they want to move forward. They will absolutely move forward, so this is going to be aggressive, this is going to be fast-paced, this is going to be high-octane, and I am 100% here for it.
I mean, if I'm looking at one thing, right, as kind of the matchup right now, it's the aggression of Ryder versus 8burst's ability to disengage away from fights. And that's been the strongest thing that they've shown us. Their coordination has been unmatched by everybody, and that's Last Hope included. It's just getting past all that aggression, right? They've been able to disengage from everything tonight, don't get me wrong. But the aggression of Ryder is just on a whole other level.
Yeah, it's really going to put 8burst to the test, because I think it's very fair to say that these guys have been running Lucio and the speed boost, the engagement, the disengagement, the way that you can play around that, the best. They have been by far head and shoulders running the Lucio the absolute best in all of the teams that we've seen so far. So now you really do have to carry that momentum through, use that speed boost, be able to engage, be able to disengage safely, because the one thing that Ryder Esports was so very good at punishing in that last series was staying in fights too long.
Yeah, well, I mean, staying in fights for too long, but it wasn't them staying in fights for too long. It was constantly Ryder just staggering the picks out. And a lot of the time, it wasn't necessarily Flatmouse staying in the fight. It was just Ryder forcing picks. Every time they got their foot in the door, they were jamming it wide open. And it's going to be, honestly, difficult for 8burst. Even a team that's as coordinated as they are, they need to be ready to absorb that. And if they're not, well, that's going to be a tough time. I'm looking at one person in particular, though, who I've heard, you know, allegedly hottest person on the team, Reverse, locking on the Lucio is going to be incredibly important for keeping this team alive, not only on the Lucio, but also on the Brigitte.
Yeah, we know, we've seen it in action, how quickly that Ryder Esports, the second that they see a support full, the second that they know that they have that tiny window to press an ultimate, they absolutely will just yank that opportunity and rip it open until that window becomes a very wide door. And so that support lineup has to be able to hold true. Because if you're turning around every single one of these fights, or even before the fight starts, to just keep your support line protected, you don't have that attention, that focus, that amount of healing being put into your front line, being pumped into your tanks, and that means the space created that your DPS have to work with, it diminishes drastically, and Ryder Esports are very good at grabbing up spaces, at identifying when you don't have as much control of the board as you potentially would like, and immediately turning that space against you.
Yeah, and we can talk about the disengage all we want, but actually one of the other things that I really, really want to highlight is actually 8burst's ability to play the ultimate game. I think they actually did that better than a majority of the teams here. Last Hope managed to go blow for blow with them, but Ryder's, or pardon me, 8burst's ability to use their support ultimates effectively and stagger them properly has gotten them through a lot of fights, and that could actually be a really big key heading into the next one.
Yeah, I know both you and myself, we feel a personal little in a bit of pain prick at us when teams layer their two support ultimates at the same time, really, because how important those support ultimates really are. It's not just about keeping yourself alive, it's about keeping yourself alive for as long as you possibly can. And when you put that rally over that Transcendence, you're playing yourself out of a massive chunk of time bank, you're playing yourself out of a massive chunk of ultimate bank as well. And 8burst have been doing a very good job at making sure that Transcendence and Rally, they aren't layered, that they follow through each other very seamlessly. So since the Transcendence is up, the Rally comes through, everyone gets to stay alive, everyone continuously gets to go for the stagger and continues to build up those ultimates so that they can just cycle through these.
Well, you know what we got to see from both of these team mocks? We got to see Reinhardt, sadly, not here on the first map, at least not for Shrine the time being. We're seeing dive run by both teams, but
little bit of a difference. Impunity's back on the ball, and I know how much you like that.
Yeah, it's going to be that stagger once again, try and just knock you out of your coordination. We've already seen how A-Burst are able to deal with running up against a Sombra, but this time it will be Echo Sombra. And if that comes through at the same time as the Tracer, it's going to be a lot harder for Reverse on this Brigitte to shut down, especially Fiddle is going to be with that Hammond diving in Defense Matrix there to keep the Hammond alive in place of the Winston bubble.
Echo now alongside A-Burst, can't find the room to work with right now. Push back. Peter traded. Oh, this is the disengage we were talking about earlier. It's traded back for Reverse, but at what cost right now? It's a dead even fight, 1-for-1. The next pick could decide everything as Calumas going down for Doom. We're trading blows left and right, but it's Ryder in control of the point.
Ryder running that Lucifer have just a little bit of a leg up in terms of initiation. A-Burst can try and disengage cleanly, but they're lacking the speed to be able to get out fast, and so Ryder respawns. The second they see A-Burst turn around, they just hit that amp and just tumble onto this team and once again go for those really dreadful staggers. Lab trying to finish the fight before it begins. Pulse Bomb not able to pick up the kill, and now A-Burst can move forward. So close to that rally, that's all this team needs to start moving forward, but Avenue will be there with that Coalescence first.
And Cole Avenue starting things out strong. Lab immediately. Oh my god, 3! Was that one clip? Was that one clip? I don't know if that was one clip, but it was definitely close.
It's because A-Burst don't really have the tools necessary to deal with this Tracer. Reverse wants to keep it. Oh, there we go. Bye, Fiddle. That's the stagger that we talked about. Ryder is so good at drawing out these fights. Simplistic is actually going to swap onto the Moira, acknowledging that you don't have the peel available that was there in that previous series. You have to have so much going on to keeping Echo in check, who already has that EMP. I should add that you're just going to be going for the fade when the Tracer tries to come close.
How big is the EMP? It's a question we ask every time. It's caught 3 at the very least. Reverse does have a rally, but can't get it online in time to save their teammate. Instead, it's going to be 5 versus 6. Traded out for Labs, though. It's looking like an alright fight for 8-Burst, but they're slowly but surely running out of gas.
They don't have the sustain right now. Reverse is hacked out, so no crowd control, nothing to stop Ryder respawns from just aggressively diving frontline, backline, whichever target they feel like it, as we are in final fight. In 8-Burst, they've got a bomb, but they just don't have the kill potential. Doom's gonna swap onto the Reaper, but oh, even if you win this fight, there's such a long road ahead.
But they're not out of it yet. Lost Soul traded out for Impunity. It's just not worth it. Losing the Wrecking Ball is so huge here. That's a lot of HP gone. Papers want to do it. They have to make this Coalescence count. It's right in off the back of Simplistic. EMP over top, catches 3. Reverse doing all right at the front of the fight, though. Looking extremely good on the Brigitte right now. It's Abdallah falling all for it. Trades either way, but Reverse going down means a lot of the sustain's now gone without the Brigitte in the way. 8-Burst are set up to lose this.
Simplistic still alive on that Moira though. Oh, the Caster Curse comes through in full effect, and now 8-Burst, they've lost both of their supports. They've lost a whole lot of sustainability. Doomed on the Reaper going to be trying to keep himself alive by connecting the shots, but once again it's Lost Soul on this Tracer coming through. The stagger still there.
Fight's far from over, realistically. There's still a bomb, there's still a diva.
Oh, there's no touch.
Well, happens to the best of us, Mox. Go on to the next map. 8-Burst start down 0-1, and they get to reap what they sow. That's a rough way to go down a map, but you know, there's always more. At least, you know what? You raise a good point. At least loser's bracket isn't best of 1, Mox.
As we will be heading into Sanctum, and I think this is where we're going to be seeing Impunity probably come out to play. Currently teasing the Winston, wouldn't be surprised if we do see the swap onto ball. As 8-Burst, now that they know that they are going to get dived, they're putting Simplistic on the Moira right from the get-go, Reverse onto the Lucifer, so they're going for the uncatchable route. Ryder Respawns can run this dive, but who do you dive? Everyone from 8-Burst is going to be so very mobile, they can keep themselves up and move in as one.
Well, moving in is 6, looking like 1 right now. 8-Burst swap up the composition, move in off the back of the Winston. Doomed, already in a bit of trouble, though, alongside Impunity. The hack goes off, but the damage isn't there. Ryder have beautifully collapsed on this from both the left and the right side. Lab has put in boatloads of damage on this Tracer right now. They're in clip after clip in, and it's Ryder Esports maintaining control of the point, but Lost Souls closed the distance on the Reaper, and Peter's down. 8burst are fighting their way back into this one up. Oh, in reverse, another boop. Guy just doesn't stop.
Ryder Esports trying to keep in this fight for as long as possible, but 8burst should be picking up this point first, and there it is, percentage already starting to both Doomed and Eiko both keeping pace in terms of that EMP, but it's the difference in Lucio's right now. Yes, you've got a Coalescence Avenue going to be holding on to that one, but it's so easy to hack them where it becomes so vulnerable.
EMP from Eiko, it caught 4 out of the 6 members of 8burst, but reverse is not down yet. The sound barrier is coming up and online, and they can use that to sustain this fight out even further. Cabmass able to trade it out onto Fiddle, though the big boop onto the D.Va. The fight's far from over, though. 8burst, all the sustain these guys have continues to pay off.
Ryder Esports going to be trying to get the sound barrier online as quickly as possible. No sound barrier there for 8burst, not because reverse used it, but because the Lucio's gone, and Doomed knows that they have to make up the difference. They can't allow Ryder Esports to foothold in this fight. Going to throw the EMP on top. Yes, you win the fight currently you're in, but Cabbymas now has a free sound barrier for Ryder Esports to engage off the back of.
I mean, but they've made up more than the difference. At 50%, there's more than enough time for them to get that EMP back. It's a risky choice for sure, but I think 8burst are going to be all right with it.
Eiko about to hit that second EMP as well, so reverse going to be holding on to the sound barrier, playing where's the Lucio hiding. It's a game of cat and mouse.
Bombs up and over, doesn't catch anybody. It's going to be a sound barrier early from Ryder. 8burst still just using theirs. Now the counter engages are out. You have to watch the Primal Rages here. Who's going into the pit? Cabbymas finds another onto poor Fiddle, who just can't catch a break right now. And Peter's over the top yet again. The dive onto the point. Ryder not successful. And oh my god, Cabbymas. How on earth? Cabbymas and Cabbymas and reverse are just trading these moves back and forth and back and forth. But right now, it is all red.
Ryder Esports though will be facing that EMP from the other side, and if it hits the D.Va, gone is your defense matrix, gone is your counter to Lost Soul with this Death Blossom. This is the true test for this team. They have to be able to survive the EMP, then they can come in with ultimates of their own.
I mean, Doomed hasn't missed an EMP yet. It's all been solid. EMP's out. It's on to 4. There's no defense matrix to stop Lost Soul from coming in and cleaning up. 8burst look to tie this one up 1-1 with a Reaper who has got 4-1 fighting is making his mark on the game.
Ryder Esports, they don't have that Death Blossom. Lab is the member that they need, but he's right in the respawn room right now, and Peter not able to jump onto the point. 8burst tie us up 1-1. We're headed into Village, and we've seen 8burst on Village. We've seen how strong they can be. Ryder Esports are doing a very good job when it comes to getting those kills early on in the run, but the second that 8burst has control of that space, once again, we see this team really come into their own.
You know, I'm really curious to see whether or not 8burst actually swap back onto, I believe they were running the McCree Brigitte last time they came over here, and things changed up massively for them. But they also have a lot of momentum coming off the last one. So they've got a very distinct decision to make between which composition they want to run, because they've had success with both.
Yeah, remember that was when they were running up against a Sombra and a Hammond, so you take that extra little bit of crowd control to guarantee that your backline is just a little bit safer. And Ryder Esports, they're trying to run the Winston and the D.Va, so you've got the peel available with the defense matrix when the dive properly comes through, and that significantly lessens the impact that that anti-dive mechanic with the McCree is actually going to be putting in, because yes, you still have the flashbang, but you've also got to actually slot it between defense matrix, and D.Vas have become very good at just being able to toggle that one on and off to eat those really key abilities.
Yeah, and honestly, I've got to say, between Fiddle and Peters and Abdallah, as well as Impunity, the tank lineup in this lobby is just stacked. The Lucios went back and forth, and honestly, I don't think like the boops, man. The boops, the fragging, Lucio is often, you know, not the most glamorous thing, but I don't think I've ever seen any two players make playing Lucio look so sexy than Reverse and Cabbymas. I mean, these guys are just all over the place with it.
I mean, you say that Lucio isn't glamorous, but arguably it's a lot more glamorous than playing a Brigitte where you just have that shield bash, you use it when the dive comes through, and then For the rest of it, you just, you know, whack that mace around, hope that you hit someone and keep Inspire up. But no, both of these teams, the tanks, the DPS, the supports, they're doing such a good job. Even the team that isn't in control of the point isn't racking up that percentage. Very often we see that the defeated team, the one currently losing, is so far behind in ultimate charge because they just don't have the space to work with it. They don't get that extra leg up when it comes to sightlines, and they get shot down, poked away from a distance before the fight starts. Both of these guys are able to keep pace. EMPs, sound barriers, all of it is on the exact same level.
And you know, I'm actually curious to get your opinion on this, because both teams have been what I would consider actually really effective on the ultimates front. It's been the strongest point for both. Whenever they have fight-winning ultimates, they're winning fights with them. I'm curious to see what happens when these teams actually clash with countering ultimates, because a lot of the times we haven't actually seen them come apart or last super long past the end of these fights. And I think the big difference maker could be players coming up big before the fights, cutting down those players before they're able to use those impactful ultimates.
Well, you want to talk about impactful. What's more impactful than a Reinhardt speed boosting right into the middle of your face and then whacking a hammer down right alongside it? 8burst, they ran it on University, they're going to try and run it on Village, but this all hinges on getting to that point first. They have the Maywall, they'll be able to keep Rider Esports away with that one cooldown, and they've managed to get themselves into the ideal position to set this Rhine play off.
See if it works. The Rhine didn't fail them before. Impunity hit one of the fattiest shaddies I've seen in my entire life. Reverse hit one of the largest boops off, but that was on a very, very different map. The biggest thing they have right now is the Mei to try and help peel away for this Reinhardt, who notably is still very alive with plenty of HP, but Doomed is, well, as namesake says enough right now, as Rider Esports gain all the presence over the point. It's going to be a counter engage with help. Coalescence coming out from Simplistic. Doom swapping over to the Tracer to make sure this one goes quickly. The Reinhardt pushes out, catches Peters. No main take left for Rider, but they've got plenty of stagger potential.
Oh, the Simplistic's Coalescence is gone,
Oh
and
my God.
Avenues is there in its place alongside the EMP. That's all the power that Rider Esports needs. And if you're 8burst, you're running the Reinhardt, but you have to be in control of the point. The second that you have to start coming into these fights afresh with Rider Esports set up on the high ground, that Reinhardt, the shield is going to break, the tank is going to break, the composition behind it is going to break.
They've got a couple of things. I mean, without the EMP, it gets a lot rougher for Rider, but it's definitely not over yet for 8burst.
They've got the Soundbar, they can use that to go aggressive. We've already seen it, they'll counter-engage with the Coalescence, but Rider Esports are doing a very good job of just kiting away, making sure that the Soundbar isn't ever reversed before you get into the ground!
Oh, reverse! It's not very got canceled. That's it. That's a fight right there. Fantastic dive by Rider. The Primal Rage by Peter is just out of this world right now. I mean, this is looking like Rider powered up. They came to make a point, and they absolutely are.
I mean, to add salt in an already infected wound, or you're coming in with a Coalescence, you're going to use that to try and get in, but Cabimas is holding onto the sound barrier. Avenue is going to have the exact same Coalescence that will be available to you, and Aiko is about to hit that EMP that's going to absolutely cancel out all of your chances.
Oh, the pump fortunately doesn't catch anything. Lab over top. Oh boy, trades it right back. Lost Soul in reverse. Oh, it's immediately out of the fight. This happens every time Lab gets on this Reaper. Just 4 kills immediately popping in the kill feed. It may just be a coincidence, but I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of causation in there.
Oh, such an opportunist moment too. Sees that the Diva is out of mech and just hits the Death Blossom knowing that Defense Matrix isn't going to be there, at least until the ultimate has worn halfway out. And Aiko, because of that Death Blossom coming up huge, was able to hold on to the EMP. So 8burst in this final fight, they're walking onto point, they're walking right into that Swampus clutches.
Oh no. They're gonna be alright. Nope, they're not. Impunity's gone, Doomed is gone. Kabimas and Rider and crew have come to show up. 3 members left. It's a Moira and a Reaper though, which means a lot of damage and a lot of healing that you do have to get through. Overtime ticking down now. It's all about getting the touch on for 8burst, who's there to make it count. It's good to Moira using her fade to get in, and Lucio as well. Plenty of sustain here, but it's about keeping themselves alive. They need health bars to sustain, and finally the Winston of Impunity comes in to help out.
But Simplistic has gone 97% to Coalescence. They don't have aggression, they don't have sustainability, and the Rider Esports have more numbers.
They have numbers, they've got health bars, they've got Lab and Aiko locking in the DPS. Kabimas speeding in like their life depends on it to try and take away this map. and put themselves up at a 1-0, and they feel plenty ready to do it. EMP over top catches 3 members of 8 burst, and that should be enough to seal this one out.
Rider Esports just holding on to this point as poor 8 burst can only conga line to keep that stall going. Rider Esports taking us through Nepal. Dominant showing coming out from this team. 8 burst, they tried to find the magic. They tried to go for that Reinhardt speed boost play, but the second you lose control of that space and you have to... Oh, Aiko gonna be just putting the bait play in for that play of the game too. Adding a little bit more insult to injury. The second you lose control of that space, the second that the Reinhardt has to just engage fresh into each one of those fights, you just take so much damage and you allow Rider Esports' DPS to just poke and prod and build things up like EMP from afar, completely uncontested.
Yeah, and the Mei was an interesting pick, right? They tried to fall back on a composition that they knew worked, and the Reinhardt did work for them in series prior. It looked pretty good, but I mean, it's a different map, it's a different sort of meta altogether when you get the Mei into the mix of things, and it just did not work. Rider knew how to deal with it, they knew how to avoid the Reinhardt, they knew how to not leave stragglers around, and they were able to pick apart the Brawl composition rather than letting it come at them all at once. And now with the Brawl trump card kind of out of the pocket of 8 burst, what's the next one? How do they win this match?
And I mean, even moving on to like this next map, if you try and take us to Oasis and you do go for that play once again of trying to run, and it will be Oasis, we're getting told by Prod just now, Abra's going to be trying to recreate that magic. You can't run back to the Mei because it's not dealt with on the map basis, it's dealt with on the composition basis, because you actually see the target focus, the priority coming out from Rider. They don't go for the Reinhardt, they don't go for the supports until the Mei is gone, so that they know when they take a big step forward, there's not going to be a wall separating, splitting off their team and leaving them vulnerable to the Rein pin, to just being absolutely cleaved in half by that Reinhardt hammer. So Abra's going to be going back to the drawing board on that one.
Well, okay, we got to raise a couple questions here, because if we go back to University, I actually don't have any doubts they're going to be playing the Brawl, but likely so are Rider. At that point, I think the Mei is a lot more valuable in the Rein versus Rein matchup. It can create a lot of problems with the recent buffs and everything. Mei just has potential to create some real issues and be the difference maker when those Brawl compositions do come out. And again, like you said, they dealt with the Mei fairly effectively, but when it's Brawl versus Brawl, that changes up entirely. A lot more of the weight falls on your DPS to try and deal with it and make space, force out Mei's cooldowns early, and then your tanks need to be careful about moving in around the wall. It just complicates the entire matchup so much moving into these points, especially small ones, and then it makes it even worse if the first person gets the point and they have a Mei. Pushing in through 2-3 choke points just becomes such a nuisance that if you do get away with the Mei, it really does roll you onto the end of the map.
I mean, we've seen it. I think we always tend to see it most clearly on Hanamura. You look at how hard it is for teams running, even the Reinhardt with the Lucio, to get through the gates of point A when you're facing down a Mei who does have that wall on cooldown, and that is something that Rider Esports will probably have to contest with if we do see University pop up, because they were able to go around the wall when they were on the mobile composition, when you're running that Winston and the Diva and you have those jumps, those boosts to make sure that you can actually get around it. Similar to how we see Batiste just exit boot on top and completely ignore it. But when you're on that mirror brawl, when you have the Lucio and the Reinhardt and you don't have ways of actually climbing the wall, instead you're stuck facing it down or trying to just bash it out of the way, then yeah, the couple of seconds where you are separated from your team are absolutely deadly, because we've seen 8 burst. We know that they can use that Mei. Well, the second someone does get separated, they will very quickly afterwards be absolutely shredded by 6 people turning around and dealing with them. But that is only on University. That is where we will see the Reinhardt. That is where we will potentially see the Mei. The other maps, the ones more open, the ones that play more into high ground control, that's going to be dive coming through. And I would say that Rider Esports, their dive is shown to be just a little bit more potent.
Yeah, and honestly, I think a lot of this one, and you know, RNG, not super prevalent in Overwatch, but map order matters here a lot for them. Getting University within those first 2, ideally in the first 1 here for 8, is going to be absolutely massive and important. And I'm going to be honest, Mox, this is the map they're really looking forward to the least. Large in charge and very diveable. We're heading outside.
Someone has cracked a couple of mirrors, or at least walked in front of a couple of black cats, because This is where Ryder Esports Dive has just been so strong. They've been able to keep a hold of high ground while also maintaining that presence on point, and once again going to be running out with that dive, going to go for the aggressive control echo on that Sombra, going to be trying to bait out that support lineup, completely separate and turn this fight into two fronts so that the dive can just come through completely uncontested.
Pretty much mirror competition here. Lost Soul versus Lab being the only realistically large difference between the two. But with these shotguns, you can put out a lot of damage as long as you manage to catch them off guard. But it's going to be pretty difficult to actually find damage into a composition so mobile like what Ryder are running. They've always got the trump card of this EMP, a bump out. Be careful crossing the traffic. Make sure to look both ways before you do. 8 burst. Instead of looking both ways, they look straight forward at Ryder, pushing back out into them, beating down Echo, and getting Doomed caught up at least a little bit in that EMP charge.
There are two differences in composition that we're seeing right now. One of them, yes, is that DPS lineup, Tracer versus Reaper, but the other one, Hammond versus Devo. Impunity has just a little bit more survivability with defense matrix behind him, whereas Adara is just a big old body to soak up the bullet.
Lost Soul down, not a lot of damage left alive for 8 burst right now. It's all gonna fall in the back of Impunity and Doom to put in the deeps and find these frags with that pulse bomb. Somehow not finding a frag right now. Abdallah pushed back alongside Peter, but it's time for the re-engage. Sound barrier out from Reverse. It's perfectly timed to keep 8 burst alive and in it. They could stagger this one out for an extremely long time, Mox. We've seen this one before.
Oh, Doom crawling towards that EMP charge. Kevin says the Soundbar does not want to use it until the Sombra uses that ultimate. Ryder Esports will be able to get the foot going in a couple of seconds with these kills coming through. But 8burst still able to keep themselves in this one, want to get up to that 50% cutoff.
And there it is. Finally, for Ryder Esports, they're able to get there. EMP battle is arguably the biggest thing to watch, though, in these next couple of seconds. It is going to be very dicey.
Big old standoff, because for Ryder Esports, if the EMP hits, then you have so much aggression you don't have to worry about getting both supports. Whereas Doom has a couple more conditions, a little bit more hoops to jump through. You have to hit the Mora, you have to hit the Lucio, otherwise this EMP is absolutely worthless.
EMP's in, it's caught 3 members of Ryder, Doom, or Echo rather, not managing to throw theirs out, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's even trades both ways. And in fact, Ryder Esports coming out on top without having to use their own EMP quite yet. They may want to pretty soon though, because 8 bursts are regrouped up and they're getting ready for another dive.
Simplistic holding onto this coalescence can be the one thing that allows 8burst to survive the EMP, and Echo is not going to use it until the Mora has been found, but the coalescence continues.
Pulls early here. Simplistic keeping the team alive. 8 burst back in it. Found 2 big picks onto Echo and Kabimos, which is going to give Doomed a lot of time to start building up EMP charge and building a disparity in the Sombra ultimate.
Simplistic just able to stay alive still. Reverse about to hit that sound barrier, and remember, all the while this fight goes through, 8burst are in control of this point. Ryder Esports just have to turn the other cheek and give this one up.
This is so difficult. Every time somebody tries to take on 8 burst in a stagger fight, 8 burst just shuts them down immediately. Doesn't matter if you're in control of the point or not. They come in large and in charge. 8 burst have a sound barrier. If they can make it count here, they should be able to get themselves over into final fight territory. It's a sound barrier used immediately when the mines come back down. 8 burst pushing back out. Impunity in a world of hurt though. Echo and Avenue finishing them off with the help of the Coalescence. Now diving onto the remaining 3 members. Ryder Esports look to take back what was rightfully theirs. It's just about 90% takes over. They just need to end this one cleanly.
8burst want to hit that 99%. Ideally, there is still 1 member keeping that point alive, but it is the baby diva stagger. Ryder Esports thoroughly in the driving seat for this one, especially with Echo about to hit that EMP, and Simplistic yet again with that coalescence, but it's not the sound barrier. If Ryder Esports just keep this point stalled out, keep holding that EMP over 8burst heads, this dive can't group up until they see that Sombra ultimate come out.
There it is. Echo's the first one online. Doomed has theirs. Counter EMP and hit all 6 members of Ryder. They need to take out the Lucio. He's got a sound barrier in tow. Kabimos goes down before he can pop the ultimate. 8burst are back in charge. 97% taking on point, but Lab and Simplistic both died of the post bomb. The suicide pact on point, but it's 8 cards were the ones who chose to take it.
Echo's trying to come back onto the Doomfist, but the flip has already come through. 8burst 99% holding on to the Diva Bomb, and Ryder, they've just lost their Winston, no bubble to keep it out.
Is it too little too late from Rider Esports is a big question. They've got another Sport Ultimate to make it count, but Impunity and Fiddle both tank and Wolf's online. If Lost Soul manages to connect this Pulse Bomb, it could be all over. Goes onto the Wrecking Ball, who goes down. Abdallah, a large part of the health pool now out of this fight. Averse fighting like their lives depend on it. Reverse nearly up to another damn sound barrier right now. Fiddle has the bomb to throw over top, and Rider Esports are running out of gas. Reinhardt's back in the pin, almost connects onto the Moira through the wall, but Fiddle and Reverse finding the pits to end this one. Peter holding on for dear life. But I think this is it, Mox, with one more EMP and both the tanks caught with nothing to do. 8 bursts are going to look to pull away this first point.
Oh, the priority tier. Doomed knowing full well that Abdallah has access to the Hammer Mines, holding on to EMP until that ultimate comes out, because that was what Rider Esports needed to turn around. The momentum, everything that 8 burst had, the mobility, getting to move around that point freely would have been completely shut down if that ultimate had come through freely. But Doomed keeps a hold of it, and keeps a hold of it, and Abdallah comes back, and then we see that EMP finally come through, and finally that overtime burns down as it is going to be 8 burst. They get University! Not quite the luckiest team, but definitely the map that they really wanted to show up. And if you're Rider Esports, you've got to lean into the brawl. You've just got to clash with 8 burst on their own teams.
It goes back onto the Doomfist. I liked this choice before. Very different DPS compositions coming out from these two. Rider are going to be looking to find their picks around the map. 8 burst running full on brawl. This match is going to be incredibly hard for Abdallah, but if he can stay alive on the tank, they'll be feeling just fine, and giving Aiko and Lab enough time to find the picks of their own is going to be absolutely critical to this one. Already dropped incredibly low. You can feel the damage that Abdallah is taking right now, but 8 burst refuse to give up this point. Bozar is an incredibly high charge. This fight lies on a knife's edge right now, but it's 8 burst who are going to take over the point first. Now, Rider Esports are looking for the right moment to engage. Can't quite find it. Peter's beaming away. 100 charge, but it's the Coalescence that looks to start the fight off right. A very low HP. Abdallah charges across the point, and that is not advised. Lab trades one back with the help of a Pulse Bomb, reducing the damage on the other side, but the damage has been done. The Reinhardt's out. 8 burst still in charge because they have a main tank.
Avenue, unfortunately, just a couple of seconds off that Coalescence being able to keep Abdallah up, and even Aiko on the Doomfist. 8 burst are just making sure to completely shut down the impact you're running into a McCree and a Reaper. When you punch in, you're going to get flashbanged, or the Reaper's simply going to rape out, and the Shadow is defensive through the Graviton, means that Rider Esports can't capitalize on the moment.
Both sides holding on. Grab thrown in now for 8 bursts. It's a full commitment. They've got the 2 picks. The tension has been relieved. They'll take out the Tracer and hold on. 50% ticking over. It was a high octane fight, but 8 bursts come out ahead. Not just in ultimate charge, but in percentage as well.
Rider Esports can still come up absolutely huge though. Impunity just used that Shadow. Already 51% there, but Abdallah's already got hits. Fully charged up, and everything that 8 burst put in, Dead Eye, Coalescence, Death Blossom, all of these get cancelled out, and especially now that Reverse is on that early, Rider Esports is going to be looking to capitalize on that moment.
Impunity has no way to get out of this fight quickly. He needs to rely on his DPS, and they've done exactly that. Lost Fall with a big set of 2 onto Abdallah and Aiko. It's not done yet, though. The Rider DPS aren't done in their own right. Point beginning to take back over, but Impunity's still alive, and the Reinhardt still has plenty of sustain, and Reverse is back, ladies and gentlemen. No main take now, though, for 8 burst. Means that Rider gets to take the point back over, but this fight is far from over.
89% to that Graviton. This is the thing that Rider Esports needs to be able to hit. They're still chasing these daggers. This is what Rider Esports do. The second they win a fight, they make sure that they get as much point percentage as possible by nipping at your heels all the way until you're backed up in spawn, and it's allowed Peter to be able to hit this Graviton. If you're 8 burst, you need to delay. You've got to grab some of your own, you've got a Shadow, but you don't have the aggressive means to try and capitalize on it. But it is a race between all 4 of these support ults.
Oh boy, grabs both ways. Keep an eye on Doom. He's in the back line, he's dealing damage, and he's allowing Lost Soul with the Deadeye to end things. That is the trump card of all trump cards, Mox. It's final fight territory. Impunity still has the Shatter, and he can end things right here.
Abdallah will be coming in with one of their own, though. As Reverse needs to hit the Cyber wants to be able to get that sustainability, but Abdallah is the one.
Oh, there it is!
That's huge!
That sit down, Abdallah. Impunity finals it off with the charge. Now dropping onto the low ground. The Reaper's gonna have to try and teleport in, but the overtime taking so close now. And Ryder bleeding out players one by one. The sound barrier should seal it out here. 8 bursts are sending us on to a map 3. As long as, well, Abdallah's got a shatter. What a block from Impunity. Oh my god. Read it through the wall, heard him coming from a mile away, and pulled it off just in the nick of time for 8 bursts. Ryder gonna need a little something special to try and win this one, but Doom seals it off with a Death Blossom of his own design. Mox, this one's going the distance.
Oh my goodness. We said that 8 burst looks strongest on Oasis, we said that they look strongest on University, and that is why. These guys know how to play Speed Boost Reinhardt. Pedal to the metal, in as aggressive as you would like. Absolute knife edge between some of those fights when it comes to that ultimate charge. Things could very quickly turn around for either teams in this moment. It was all about the Moira that was able to find more with that Coalescence and Simplistic. Is able to keep the team alive, able to have the Coalescence still burning, and able to just absolutely shred all of the members of Ryder caught up in that Graviton. And we're going at 1-1 series tied up between these two teams. So we're going to be seeing the entirety of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, and with that distance comes complexity, right? As teams adapt, as teams figure out what each other want to run, where are the weak points for these teams, I feel like Ryder has done a little bit more on the adaptation front, and what we've seen out of 8 is just constantly throwing different things at Ryder, throwing spaghetti at the wall, seeing what sticks, and honestly, I think they found something that stuck. The dive looks so much better than it did before, and now that makes me worry, right? You head into whatever map, they've got a brawl win and they've got a dive win. What's next?
Well, Mecha Base. If you're going between maps, you know, it being a best of 3 and 3 maps being in a rotation, Mecha Base will be the one that we are destined to head to, and now that's worrying if you're Ryder. Because you get like Mecha Base on Busan, and that means a Reinhardt brawl composition can potentially put an end to all of your series. You go on to Sanctuary, and we're seeing now that 8 burst is having a really good successful rate when it comes to that dive, and same for Downtown. You can either run into the Reinhardt or the dive, whatever these guys want to lean into. They have looked so strong on it. That means you're relying on your DPS to come in absolutely clutch. Ryder Esports do such a good job at being able to finish off these fights even before they begin, because their DPS are able to do so much, even without the tanks creating a massive amount of space. The DPS work to create the space all on their own, so whichever map of Busan we head to, the DPS have got to be able to come up in the kill feed before we actually see these engagements, these brawls start to break out.
Yeah, and for all the brawling, for all the diving, I think we're forgetting about the third here, Marks. We saw double shield as well out of this team, and honestly, yeah, they lost on it.
No,
but,
don't say it. You'll summon it again.
Good point. It's like the boogeyman, right? As long as you don't think of the double shield that doesn't appear in my games, just
bury your hand
we
beneath.
do. It's
bury
our
your head
box. It's our
beneath your
job.
hand.
It's our job,
it
though.
doesn't exist.
We're supposed to think about it. It's our job to look. If the double shield boogeyman comes, that's not the end of the world. At least not quite yet. Ryder are gonna have to figure it out, though. Should that composition end up being matched?
Yeah. Ideally, the way that you beat double shield, and you can do it 2 ways, you either just dive into the middle of it, separate it out, make sure that you can just kind of turn it into tiny little pockets where everyone just falls apart, or you brawl it, you rush it down, you get in as close as possible, you force that double shield to try and rotate, but because you have a speed boosted Reinhardt, the cleave damage is there, and there's nothing that double shield can do except take a big old L. And that seems to be exactly what 8 burst are wanting to turn into. They saw that the Reinhardt worked. Mecha Base is one of those where you can run that Reinhardt, where you want to take this fight as close as possible. Because Ryder Esports are going to be looking to take it as far away as possible.
Oh man, poor Echo just got ran down by Doom. Curious teleport should be able to get away just fine from the soldier, but already 8 burst have so much. They might as well control the point at this. Like, this looks like they've won the first fight and then they push up to control the choke. Ryder have to push out of this extremely difficult bit, and they can spam away at that Rhine Shield all they want. It's not going down in the next fight, but you need to make a concerted push out. They'll do exactly that. Get the Discord in onto Impunity. Fortunately, able to hop away just in time. The damage is too much. Lab takes him down, and Ryder, now in charge of the high ground, have so much precedence over the point. They'll use that one to win the fight, take it over just as 10% ticks for Ryder.
Really clean Hammond play coming out from Peter in that one. You actually see Impunity swing focus off camera to try to figure out where that Hammond rolled around to, and because you have that split focus, you can't just win that frontline fight. You can't just keep Rider Esports cramped up in that choke, and that's all the distraction Rider Esports need to just force their way past. Impunity trying to build towards the shadow. It's not free, you still have to worry about the Sigma shield, especially with the Flux coming online for a down in a second.
Doomed and Impunity finding the frags. Impunity immediately back out. Fox, this happened earlier today, and for all the times that we watched Mecha Base, I don't think I've ever seen it tick over as many times as I have other than today.
It's an absolute seesaw right now, and that is indeed one of the ones that you don't tend to see as Doomed is hunting. You don't have the pulse bomb, but you are looking for a juicy spot. However, you have to get your way through Cadmus. If you can bait out that Transcendence door. Descends into sights.
Here he comes. No one clip. And the Zenyatta forces Trance. Big stuff for 8burst. They've still got a Deadeye to peel away from that as well. Managed to take Eiko out of the duplicated form of Bella, and now in. Gravitic Flux catches two, catches Reinhardt more importantly than anything, though, and with Impunity out of the way, 8burst lose the legs to their push. The best they can do is staggers here, but 50% has been gained on the point.
That was a fight Rider Esports needed to win. You got bullied out of using Transcendence, you had to use it to go aggressive. The chips fall into that corner, the Sigma Flux is absolutely huge, and now you have control of Choke. You have a Death Blossom, you can see Lab trying to set up a sneaky position to use it without being found out. Doomed now with that Pulse Bomb is looking to again bully this backline into using these ults.
Play the game. Where's the Reaper? Where's Lab right now? Found him! Oh, immediately shut down! Fantastic job by the rest of 8burst right now to stop the push from coming in, but it won't save you from the pile driver. Peter comes in big on the Wrecking Ball and stops that one right in its tracks, and for once, we see a team actually hold on to this point.
Lab as well, keeping hold of the health bar. Does get stunned out of the ultimate, but is enough of a distraction for everyone to turn around and deal with, use that utility. The Rider Esports just completely uncontested when the rest of the team come in as reinforcements. We will see Impunity try to go onto the Hammond, try to get the knockup, but Rider Esports aren't playing double shield, they're much more mobile. You can't separate this team as easy.
They go on the sideline now. Ryder looking for that first pick. They're looking to extend that lead the same way they have every other time. Mecha Base was the one that we gave over to 8burst. It was the one where we said they could play the Rhine. But he's fallen flat. He's been shattered. His hopes and dreams lie with his hammer back in spawn. Ryder Esports put themselves up at match point.
Surely if you're 8burst, you are hoping, you are praying that Sanctuary does not show up. Downtown is where you are going to be strongest. Downtown will be where we are headed. This is where you can still run that Reinhardt. This is where you can still run the Hammond, and I think Impunity as well. We see really strongly benefits from these high ledges where you can knock those tanks off. Rider Esports will be trying to set themselves up if they have control of that point. You can try to force that fight into side room as well and give yourself a lot of space to work with if you want to play that Hammond. Knock them into the waiting arms of the rest of your team, and Impunity has a really good grasp of how to use that grapple. Even if you don't have control of the point, it doesn't necessarily mean that you don't have control of the fight.
8burst on their last legs. The losers bracket. Remember, Mox, this fight, this map, this is to get into the money, right? Only top two are getting paid out here, and 8burst want that more than anybody. Same as Ryder, who've been honestly fighting for their lives ever since they got to this lower bracket, surprisingly early. Not done yet. Eiko pushing in, trying to take down Doom. Will take out the counterpart on the Echo early here, which will give Ryder precedence over the point. Avenue under a little bit of pressure here, but Impunity going down alongside Fiddle. It's an easily won fight for Ryder. At least they make it look like one, but the pressure's still on.
So much pressure onto Doomed right now. This Echo has got to be able to deal with the mirror problem, but Lab just pressuring down, making sure that Doomed is not able to only turn their attention towards that Echo, and so Echo is getting so much free reign, so much bam damage going through into this choke.
It's the same story that it was over on Mecha Base. A little bit of point presence going to be shown over here by Lost, all waiting for the right opportunity to really pull the trigger on it. Rider Esports, though, I mean, they'll just ride this one out. As much percentage as they can get. One pick, 2 pick, and they'll follow up on it. Continue to win these fights off the back of 1. They're finishing off 8 burst before they ever get the chance to even engage.
I'm worried for Simplistic in this next fight. 85% that Transcendence. Avenue sitting on 83%, so Lab knows that that's going to be coming online for that Zenyatta, and there is already a Pulse Bomb available for this Tracer.
Oh, we know exactly what this is aiming for. Oh, he went a little bit too deep for the Zenyatta. Doesn't manage to catch it out quite in time or force a trance. Simplistic wisely holding on for the time being. Lossel finds one with a Pulse Bomb of their own. Mines in the small room, though, does not make for a good equation for 8 burst. With the point going over at 70%, they need to look at winning this fight quickly, but they can't manage to. Ryder Esports have so many ultimates. They've got a Transcendence to make this one last even longer. 8 burst pushing in. They've got the frags they need, but they need to finish this off.
Ryder Esports, even if you lose the fight, you were able to just draw it out for so darn long. You are sitting at final fight territory, and you're coming in with a Sigma Flux. The burst is going to have the rally shot. That's a lot of aggression, but that means that Egress has got to be able to initiate with it because it doesn't have that stopping power, that survivability, if you all get caught up in the Sigma Flux that is offered when Transcendence is on the line. And Ryder Esports have had such a good grasp of using their ultimates, of knowing what's available for the other side. The Egress have got to be able to find some pick, some way of immediately stopping Ryder Esports from pushing in and using that opportunity.
Yeah, you do not go 0 to 99 without those picks. I'm looking at Doomed more than anybody else. Lossel's floating around, and you know, maybe his Pulse Bomb makes something of it. The sticky bombs and the focusing beam are just so good. Now looking for an off angle. This Echo thirsty for a frag. Lossel gonna miss. No! Did Lab just blink into that? Oh, it's a disaster for Ryder. This is gonna be a very quickly won fight for 8 burst that they barely had to commit anything to.
But it's a quickly won fight, though, and that's not a lot of percentage gain. The Ryder Esports keep a hold of everything at their disposal, whereas 8 burst have to invest rally, pulse from everything to make sure that Ryder Esports don't get a single sniff of this point percentage. And now Ryder Esports can come in for this fight properly.
Not until that Gravitic Flux is done. It's a lot of damage and a very low Sigma as well. Lab now searching. Oh, it's big! It's directly onto Simplistic. He was so close to getting the first Transcendence online. Now that opportunity is going to be handed over to Avenue. Trades out both ways. It's Ryder Esports largely on the left side of the kill feed. 8 burst. This is your time to shine. This is where those staggers come out, but they're not able to do it 90%. And we're getting into rough territory, Mox. It's final fight.
Lab's looking to just shut this down before we can even go through. The one clip fails. Simplistic so close to that Transcendence. 8 burst just have to get themselves safely on the point to touch. But they can't!
Oh no, the Wrecking Ball. I'm gonna give him benefit in the doubt and assume something bumped him up, but he was flying well above the point and was not able to get the touch. It's a rough way to go for 8 burst. They fought so hard but weren't able to do it. Ryder Esports, I mean, they've kind of made a name here, Mox, at Nerd Street, and they've done it again. They're coming to maintain that title, and they do not want it getting too far away from them.
They're coming for that redemption arc as well. Remember, these guys were the favorites to be sticking around the entire upper bracket, and they lost 2-1, but they still find themselves in the losers bracket. And you know what that means? They're already coming up against that one map point that is granted to the team that makes it to the upper bracket, that is awarded for making it that far. So you're already looking at an uneven scoreline. They have to do everything they can to take that first map to try and even things out.
Yeah, but just remember, ever since they got sent down to the losers bracket by Last Hope, things got a lot better for them. They really, really started pulling things out, fighting through, just like our sponsor, the U.S. Marine Corps, fighting on the front lines for American rights, as well as everything we stand for since 1775. They've been sticking around, you know, I'm the few proud the Marines. If you guys want to find out more about how you can get in touch, check out marines.com to find out more. We've got grand finals coming up in just a bit. It's Ryder versus Last Hope in the match of the night that you guys, I promise, are not going to want to miss. We'll be right back. So keep your eyes glued to your screens and your butts in those seats. Grand finals is up next.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for grand finals. There's a lot of stuff loaded and ready to go, and there's a lot of tension between these teams. Last Hope are coming for Rider Esports, kind of unofficial Nerd Street Gamers title that they've managed to get over the past couple events. And honestly, I couldn't ask for a better finish to this one. 8 came in, 8 bursts looked really good. They looked like they could challenge the 2, and I think we couldn't have asked for a better top 3 to come out of this. But now we're down, final 2, final decision. Who is getting that large chunk of cash?
And already these two teams have faced each other tonight, so it is the anime redemption arc, but perhaps not for the team that you would expect, Joe. Remember, Rider Esports have faced off against Last Hope previously, but they were the ones to suffer defeat. They were the ones who got knocked down to the losers bracket, and as such, they're the ones who were already one map down in this best of 5.
Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, sponsored this event, U.S. Marine Corps. Huge shout out to them, but don't forget as well that Nerd Street's hosting their game camps. You can check those out on Nerd Street's website as well, or localhost rather, .gg/camps for all of your information that you might need for that. Huge shout out to localhost for helping out with the event. But let's get on to the grand finals. You talked about it a little bit. There's a lot of tension between these two teams. Last Hope coming in with 1 point of an advantage. Oh, Rider have a lot to build up. They need to show us that they've turned online. I know their losers bracket run looked good, but I mean, technically speaking, statistically speaking, they're the underdogs for once.
Yeah, and remember how in the last series we talked about how important the sub-maps coming up would be in terms of that power balance? We're in that exact same position. Nepal is going to be the first map up, and we already know that Last Hope They've tangoed with the devil. They have run double shield in this tournament, and that means that they are crossing all sorts of limbs for Sanctum to come up. And from the outsides of this spawn ship, I think that's the slowly path on towards Sanctum. It may well be Village. Or rather, Shrine, because that is a big old building. Yep, that it is. It is the Shrine. I need to revise my pixels of Overwatch maps, whereas Last Hope will not be coming out with the double shield. It's instead going to be that Zarya ham and dive with the self-sustain of the Doomfist and the Reaper.
Last up, they've looked dominant before on this composition, running the Zarya alongside the Wrecking Ball. Ryder now back onto their old faithful, just Winston D.Va dive, work the again back into the men's. We've seen almost every composition you could want, but now a head-to-head fight between the Zarya Wrecking Ball and Winston D.Va, which is going to be the better dive composition. We'll find out in just a second. Pile driver in now. Last Hope work their way up on the point. A lot of pressure on the lab, but the work's already done. The backline has been eliminated. Autumn Souls is out of the fight, and Ryder Esports have a distinct advantage.
Ryder Esports running that Sombra, really making Trainclide doubt who to use this bubble. If you use it for the damage, you won't have it for the backline when the Batiste gets pressured, but if you use it for the backline, Faded is just going to be absolutely soaking up that nail gun coming out from Eiko. Already charged up with an EMP, and so Autumn Souls has to be so careful about timing of this amplification matrix. You want to use it ideally to set down a lot of damage to force Ryder Esports to try and abandon this point and allow the DPS from Last Hope to brute force their way onto it and try and establish a foothold. But if you use it before EMP gets burned, it's going to evaporate as soon as Eiko decides to show face.
Faded in, and God, how many times have we seen Eiko get this EMP up so early? It's on to 5. No doubt Ryder are going to be following this one up. Hope pulls out, but it's only 1. Make that 2 with Traincloud now out of the fight. And we know Ryder know how to follow this one up. In fact, we know for a fact they're going to pick up every single one of these stragglers.
Oof. And Matrix came out before EMP, and Eiko uses that as an opportunity to absolutely close that window, as the Bomber is going to be looking to catch these members of the team as they come out along. Get that Batiste and Foresight Immortality Field, or better yet, pick up the kill, but Autumn Souls keeps the cool. 64% to that next amplification matrix, 65% to be able to let Last Hope come in pretty cleanly on this initiative.
Yeah, Last Hope now at the high ground. They've got a lot of ultimates. If they can't make this fight count, they may as well be out of it. Ryder have some to counter of their own, though. Most notably, the sound barrier from Kabimos. If it's timed well, it could win the map. Lab punched back. Kabimos holding strong with the sound barrier right now, waiting for the right opportunity to use it. Moving in the wings, the bomb's going to be used by Abdallah to help try and peel away. Ryder have just sustained their way through. The sound barrier perfectly timed to try and counter the Death Blossom of Noxious. Still no kills in the feed, and Ryder have been pushed all the way back. It's time for them to make the push of their own, pushing in off the back of a Coalescence from Avenue. They find 3 kills and seal out the fight.
EMP is used overtime, ticking down. No reason to hold on to it when you're this in control of the point as Last Hope just want to stagger themselves in, but they don't have an ultimate to tip the scales in their favor. Hammermind's out, but there's so much mobility on the side of Ryder Esports. They can just keep themselves alive with this Moira.
Yeah, I mean, that last fight, Ryder Esports did it so smart by pulling back, by trying to disengage. They burnt all the time off the clock. Reasonably for Ryder, there was 1 fight and then a bunch of staggers that they could have gotten, but instead, they only got 1 fight. They got next to nothing stagger-wise, and Ryder Esports baited him into the honey trap and closed the jaws on him.
Not just that, but they also burned the entirety of Last Hope's rally by sending Lav in as that scapegoat, the Reaper possessing Death Blossom as soon as the break 6 feet goes for the rally. You want to be tumbling off the high ground, you want to be committing onto that point, but you're just stuck there trying to deal with a Reaper without moving forward, and that's something that Ryder Esports will do no matter which map that we see. They will know that Last Hope wants to take that step forward, and they will put something in that path that pulls them back. That means that they can't capitalize on the moment that Ryder Esports are so skillfully setting up for themselves, as it will be Sanctum, but no double shield coming out from Last Hope. Instead, they will once again come out on the dime.
And now, I mean, that's a very, very ballsy choice for them, right? To run Eiko into Noxious, to run your Sombra into the Sombra that has been tearing up people all night. See exactly how well it works out. Both teams diving on the high ground.
just a cacophony of lights here up in front of both teams as the Tesla cannons go wild. The bounce up against Hopeful takes away a lot of the damage away from Last Hope, and Rider Esports set themselves up to take away this point.
Echo making sure that no one from Last Hope once again can take that big step forward. Obviously still have to call the last, but it's already out from Avenue. You've lost so many members. It gets popped, but it's just a little bit too late, and that's an ultimate that Last Hope were wishing that they were holding on to as Rider Esports. They picked up the point that once again aiming for the front, trying to grab these stragglers, making sure that they can just snowball this last half fight into a win on the next one.
Oh my god, Ryder refused to give this up, but Faded are in. They've got 2 already. And with Ryder having a couple of ultimates to boot, they should be able to stagger this out. They're starting off with Self-Destruct. Lab still does have a Death Blossom should they want to use it. And Echo with an EMP. They've got so many choices to either go for a stagger here or go for a re-engage following. But they've still got health bars to work with, Mox.
And they've still got a point unflipped as Rider Esports 32% farmed up before the flip comes through. And this is the standoff that so many supports are familiar with. Sound barrier for both Lucio's, EMP for both Sombras. You have to hit this EMP perfectly. You have to be able to catch these Lucios.
EMP's in both sides. Both connect pretty big, but it's Ryder who are the ones in trouble. Death Blossom from Hopeful, not able to be canceled out by Abdallah's defense matrix. They'll still be going down. Now it's self-destruct out of Last Hope. Catches nobody, just out the side now. Remember, this entire time, the point is ticking up for Last Hope, and without a main tank, Ryder are gonna have to press that reset button.
Alright, they're going to try and keep themselves alive with that coalescence, trying to ensure that this fight keeps on going for them, that they can build up to that next EMP as quickly as possible. But it's just meaning that they're delaying that reset. They can't come through as Last Hope are again peppering them with damage before they can get onto this point and properly benefit from the ability of dive.
Having it. Okay. That's one way to get a pick. Autumn Souls is down now. Echo traded out, and Last Hope just trying to maintain control at this point. They haven't let Rider Esports see the damn thing in the past 30 seconds. Hopeful rather. Taking down Lab, his counterpart gone. No real opportunity for Rider Esports to get damage in, and Last Hope continue to rip away at this time bank.
They've got the EMP as well. And Cabimas not quite there with the Simari. Noxious is hiding, waiting for the team to walk right past the Sombra before setting that one up. Does get found out, will keep a hold of the EMP, but all of this is delayed. Rider Esports have placed themselves out of 10% of a point.
They absolutely have. Death Blossom hits. Oh my god, everything thrown in by Last Hope. The only thing they have is support ultimates, and they've layered them, Mox. Last Hope have run out of ultimates, and Rider managed to stay alive and go for a re-engage following this. They should be able to take it perfectly. Time sound barrier by Cabimas to keep them alive, and in it, Lab's gone though. A distinct lack of damage for Rider. They've got ultimates to try and sustain it out though.
Peter able to pop the primal, keeping the team in it. Lab just needs to come back on the Reaper. That will be the tipping point. All of the damage the Rider Esports need, but the boop from 6 feet, making sure that the Winston is gone. The Diva mech falls. No defense matrix support. Lab has to
Oh, the perfect boop though by 6 feet to keep it just socially distanced enough that Reaper isn't able to find any more value. What a hold by Last Hope.
They were able to keep a hold of that Diva mech just long enough to mitigate the brunt of that Death Blossom, whereas Rider Esports, they lose their mech, they lose that cushion, that survivability, that safety line to keep Lab up when he pops it. And we are one up, headed over to Village. Last Hope going to once again be running on this dive, Hopeful on the Reaper, Noxious on the Sombra, as Rider Esports going to be going for that mirror composition. Both of these teams going for the exact same heroes, and it's all going to come down to who picks up that point first, who can just keep that stall going for an absolute eternity.
First stick means everything in matches like this. Echo and Noxious as well have opportunities to turn it around with the EMPs, but they've been dead even. You cannot rely on these Sombras right now. They cancel each other out. Dive onto the high ground. Now Echo and Lab extremely low. Rider Esports falling apart right now in the fights. It's been Lab going down first. How many times is this that we've seen that exact thing happen at the beginning of these fights, and Rider Esports without damage are just incapable of winning?
13%. of a Death Blossom bolt up the lab, whereas on the other side, 45% accrued for Hopeful. And that goes to show you just how much difference it is when it comes to that damage, because you need that Reaper to try and bully the Diva to burn out all of that defense matrix to be able to set your Sombra up to do the most amount of damage. Silver lining for Rider Esports, because they lack lab, Eiko has already got the EMP to make up the difference.
Peter Hopeful's gone for once last hope. We're losing the first member here. Good coalescence engaged by Ryder. They're not letting anybody get out for free. This is classic Ryder Esports, looking to finish off those picks and get every last bit of ult percentage they can get out of it.
Well, so we'll be coming into this next fight though with an EMP and a sound barrier to engage off the back of it, whereas Eiko had to use that EMP to tip the scales into Rider Esports' favor. Cabimas on this Lucio is now president for this team. They have to be able to protect them. They have to make sure that the sound barrier is there for when the EMP comes down.
That's a sound barrier engage out of last hope. Oh man, they've got next to no use out of that. That's a rough place to be, but they managed to get two just at the tail end of the sound barrier being online, making it worth it. Rider Esports going to hold their opponents close to their chest and try again in the next fight.
It's such a fast engagement too that Rider Esports, they take a step backwards, they fall right into last hope on that point. Noxious keeps the hold of the EMP. That is huge for this team, because you can set the EMP bomb up, you can set the EMP Death Blossom up, and that means that everything that Rider Esports do to try to dodge out of those ultimates all comes down to positioning. They have to be so careful about how they engage in. If they're able to survive the blast, they'll have more ultimates to carry themselves through the fight, but it's all about surviving that initial burst.
EMP's out. It didn't catch Cabimas. Good sound barrier. It's not quite enough to keep Eiko alive, but now Death Blossom in, and the bomb. Whole kitchen sink for last hope. They haven't managed to find anything. It's Rider Esports' turn now as they push out with the help of both their Winston and their Diva. The bomb's up and over top. They've lost their main tank. This needs to find something, but Lab's only able to trade back one. It's Hopeful's turn. He's cleared out the rest of the backline. 5 kills to his name after that by making a statement for last hope.
It's the statement for sure, but it's also 6 ultimates. Rider Esports will be coming in with the EMP, will be coming in with the coalescence. No conditions. You don't need to hit any support. You just go for the EMP, catch as many targets as you possibly can, and then push in aggressively with that coalescence, because they won't have anything to bat back towards you.
More shot here for Ryder. EMP's in. It caught 3 members. None super notable though, as Avenue did manage to pop the coalescence just in time to keep the rest of the team alive. Eiko goes down for a Ryder. We're running out of opportunities. Looking at Lab right now. This DPS needs to come up big with a couple of frags if they want any shot at this, but fantastic job by Faded, keeping everybody and their mother away from this point. Ryder are not even allowed anywhere near it. And in all that time, Noxious and 6B gonna come in and clean up the rest. Lab with a big pick though on Hopeful to try and stagger this one out. He's got 1 Death Bomb and a Dream Up. Can he make it count? No, doesn't even get to press the damn Q button with 85% ticked over.
Eiko's going to go onto the Tracer just to try to get an early pick to let Rider Esports make up the difference in those ultimates available to the other side, because Noxious is sitting on the EMP and it will be an overtime EMP door. Rider Esports will be walking right onto the point, right into this Sombra.
Back to the high ground, Ryder unsuccessful, walking into an EMP. It caught 3, caught Cabimas. Cabimas goes down here. That could be Curtains. Does manage to get the sound barrier off though. Lands it on 2 of his teammates. Eiko and Peter's able to move forward off the back of it, but it's the self-destruct. That's the real damage you gotta be looking out for, Mox. You lost 2 players for it, and Last Hope standing firm, strong on the point, set themselves up to match point.
Soundbarrier came out, but Rider Esports had already lost. They lost that match when Lab goes down with Death Blossom. You can have the Soundbarrier, you can have the sustain, but you've got to have something that puts the damage down. And unfortunately, that was needed with Lab. Last Hope able to take us to the 2-0. Looking extremely dominant, having such a good grasp of how to play, from going on to the point to try to bait Rider Esports into walking into that EMP, making sure that they all get caught in this space, to just kiting them, making those fights last as long as possible, and honestly giving Rider Esports a little bit of their own medicine, chasing the stragglers, delaying the fights out for as long as they possibly could.
Yeah, Last Hope have been playing this matchup to a T. Every little thing they could do, they've done. They look dominant. Ryder had 1 point where they looked like they really had a good shot, but I mean, they continue to get stifled out in these choke points out of really efficient play from Last Hope, right? It's the ultimates that they're using. They're getting more value out of them. They have a very strong understanding of everything that Ryder are throwing at them, and they're able to make the most out of it because of that. They say, okay, there's going to be a Death Blossom, there's going to be a Sound Barrier, and there's going to be a Self-Destruct. So, we need to be disengaged from this, saving our defense matrix for this, and then pushing in off the back of our own. They're recognizing how these fights should go before they're ever happening, and that's the big difference for me, is that pre-fight planning that's allowing them to get in more efficiently and more safely, because a lot of the time when Ryder are going in, yes, they start off the fights correctly, they're using their abilities in the correct fashion, but once you get 20, 30 seconds into these slugfests, it really does start to fall apart at some point, and Last Hope are still holding on by a thread.
Last Hope at the moment, it feels like they're not just playing with like their keyboard and their mouse, they're also playing with crystal balls. They know exactly how this fight is going to continue, exactly the right ultimate or ability to keep a hold of. We're even seeing Autumn Souls on the Moira hold on to Fade for moments that you really need to have Fade available. EMP, Diva Bombs, every single time Autumn Souls has been able to escape because Fade has been available, knowing that it will be coming out in a couple of seconds, and so taking damage, sacrificing your health bar to actually ensure that you survive for when that engagement really requires that support to still be up.
Yeah, and it's very worth noting, remember, Last Hope did start out with a 1-point advantage because they came from upper bracket, so this is 2-0 for Last Hope, making it match point. It's best of 5 for Grand Finals, of course. So Ryder have their backs against the wall. They need to win map on map on map right now. They're taking us to Busan for the next. What do you think this map offers up to them that's different from Nepal?
It's gotta be Mega Base, right? You look at how Ryder Esports has been able to act on Busan, and it's just a lot more even if you lose that first fight, even if you give up that first map control. Unlike in all of these other control points, you can recover, you can still hold that 0 to 99% and turn it into a victory.
Ready for battle.
One shot, Mox, one opportunity. Do they take it? Ryder in, and oh no. I mean, so they've been struggling, you're like, okay, we're finally going to adapt to this dive. We're going to figure out how to beat Last Hope. We had it a close one in the last, but we can take on this dive. And then you run out onto Sanctuary and you see that on the other side. What do? That's just got to be a knock to the confidence if nothing else.
Well, first of all, you wait for the spawn doors to open to see whether or not Last Hope are actually going to be coming out, and they are. Noxious is even actually going to come onto the hand, so this is the first time that we've got to see this guy in play. So you have all of the information necessary that Sonic is going to tell you exactly where Lab is, so the Sombra can't even sneak up.
Oh boy, there's a lot of precedence for Last Hope. So much damage. Oh my god! Lab,
Was that 2 seconds?
I thought he translocated.
I think Lab lasted 2 seconds.
I thought he translocated away because it was so quick. Well, one member down, Ryder Esports go for an engage. Anyways, it's working out. Abdallah and Aiko able to find the frags they're looking for, but not out of position. Our Last Hope, they've still got 3 very important members up in the tanks and this Soldier 76. There's so much damage and kill potential between these 3 alone that they have a chance at winning these fights regardless of what happens on the front lines.
I do like
There
Lab
it
as
is.
well
That should be
swapping
enough.
onto the Ashe. Oh, that's the worry of an Ashe playing into double shields. Dynamite
Oh
can
my
be
God.
absolutely brutal in getting around those corners of that Orisa cover. And if you set yourself up onto the sideline, even if you don't have the Mercy, you can delay these fights, poke away at Last Hope, who now are going to be off the double shield. It's so slow to move into position. You are just setting Lab up for an absolute fielding. Instead, you're opting into dive. You're going to try and create a lot of space and completely diminish the amount of time Lab has of an impact in the fight before it starts.
Got targeted in. Last Hope now looking to get forward positioning, but they can't. They need to wait this coalescence out before they go for anything aggressive and then push back in with, well, no ultimates, but at least a little bit more of a fair fight. Labs nearing up on the bomb that could end things early, but Ryder pushing aggressively in towards the bongo drum. They've got themselves a very, very nice set of 2 to open up the fight. And they'll go push in for the cleanup, get themselves more of an ultimate lead, and make things look even worse for Last Hope.
Ashe is such a heavy counter to the dive coming through in the form of that coach gun. And it means that Noxious is not able to get close enough to try and build up to this EMP that Last Hope are relying on We're heading towards final fight territory, but Last Hope just don't really control any of the tempo, any of the pacing, or really any of the ultimates that they need. Ryder Esports, we're about to hit 6 of them.
Got to start drawing him out. I mean, you're 90%. You can't even take a dry fight against this. For Last Hope, this is definitely a tough one. 6 feet could hit the most clutch sound barrier I've ever seen in my entire life and maybe save him. He's got one, and Ryder Esports didn't really throw out any damaging abilities that it countered. It's a rough fight now for Last Hope as they push on. They're definitely going to have to see another point. Ryder Esports have too much in their hands. I would be happy to be proven wrong by Last Hope right now, but there's just so much they're walking into. Death Blossom, as well as the Kosha, as well as Bomb, you know, self-destructs over the top. Ryder Esports definitively, and with emphasis, close out map 1 of Busan.
It's really the tables completely turned, right? Ryder Esports lose Village because Lap goes down before Death Blossom is there, and Last Hope lose Sanctuary because Noxious goes down before EMP is there. It was such a gamble changing up the composition, trying to just jump onto Lab on the Ashe to completely make sure that the DPS just did not have the time to chip someone away before the fight begins and immediately win it before the ball breaks out. And it's a statement too, going into the Sombra that late, saying that yeah, we can get in, we can do enough damage to build up to an EMP and still be able to use it relatively coordinated with our team, and that just falls completely through. That is the danger of control points, especially on places like Mecha Base, where you want to stick to the composition that you run out of your spawn ship with as long as possible. Ultimates really count in these open spaces.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture.
Second chance for Last Hope. It's ironic saying it, but we've got another go-round at things here on Mecha Base. No double shield to be seen. Still not going for it. They were struggling with it in the last one, so it's just not time. Dives in now. It'll be Faded, putting in a lot of the damage here. The Tesla cannon's traded both ways, but Eiko's the one to watch. The Reapers are the ones who can do the real damage here. As both come in over top, Peter drops low, and Ryder Esports are running out of pressure right now, especially with Eiko being down. Last Hope have recognized this. They smell blood in the water, and they're pushing forward to take it.
Oh, Autumn Soul's trying to get that Coalescence Lab before it's online for Avenue. Doesn't even need to use it, as Avenue's just trying to use that Fade ability, keep everyone topped up. Wants to hit that Coalescence so you can go for the re-engage, but it's already packaged and parceled and ready for Autumn Souls to drop in, as Last Hope were able to pick up that point, pick up choke control, and now completely shut down Lab's movement on this Sombra.
Translocating.
Yeah, both Sombras being so close to EMP. I mean, this could look like a lot of the fights we've had prior. The first one up will be Lab right now. Pops it immediately, catches 4. 6 feet there for the counter sound barrier, though. Beautiful play by the Lucio in. And for all of the work that Noxious did, it may not have been the prettiest EMP, but I'm sure that it worked, Nox.
Cavimas holding up to sound barrier of their own. The Ryder Esports are waiting for Last Hope to exhaust themselves before they properly come back into the fight.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, it's a Flying Reaper. He's all the way in the back line. That's what we call one-way delivery. Hopeful finishes, or Eiko rather, finishes him off. Lab now caught out. Point taking over for Ryder. It was quite the mess of a fight, but they'll take the point for it.
Eiko holding onto that Death Blossom, not hacked out, instead it's Faded. Both of the Winstons not able to drop those bubbles down, and Eiko finally will be hacked. Can't use that Death Blossom to keep Last Hope in check.
Death Blossom then. Eiko's got one, and that defense matrix lasts only so long. Self-destruct, this fight just gets scrappier and scrappier by the second. Remember, Ryder in control. They're getting percentage from this, and we know how good they are at these scrappy fights. It will not end here for Last Hope. They need to reset.
Ryder Esports as well, going to be in full control. Both tanks about to hit those ultimates, and both those ultimates can just be used to prolong Last Hope's destinations of these corridors. Primal, Diva Bomb, everything to zone them out, to stop them from moving forward with this sound barrier, with this EMP on that point, where they can finally get their mobility back into play.
I'll tell you, it's mobile. Ryder Esports, when they're pushing into a sound barrier, they manage to find one of the Noxious, shut down any chance of that EMP coming out from Last Hope. With 50% on the point, I think it's time for Last Hope to maybe think about pulling out. That Sombra will be back in just a moment. In fact, just in time to pop this EMP. You can see Hopeful loaded up. The second that EMP is popped, he has what is effectively a free Death Blossom should they need to finish the fight.
Well, Noxious going to use the EMP just now. Death Blossom not coming out as a follow-through from Hopeful.
He uses it, it's just a bit later. Granted, it's after a DMX, so he did get the effectiveness out of it that they wanted, but they won the fight regardless. Ryder Esports holding on to 5 whole ultimates, though, to have time to seal this one out.
That's why Hopeful was so hesitant to use that Death Blossom. Did not want to use it because now what do you have to stop Ryder Esports from just coming in and washing over you with EMP bomb combo? Also, we're playing a lot more split apart as well to make sure that if one does go down to the bomb, it's not the entire team. Ryder Esports, they just have to wait for this team to group up.
Ryder push out now. The team's not grouped up. There is definitely an EMP. They've got damage off the back. 3 down immediately. Oh my god, there's still 3 ultimates. They still have 3 ultimates to spend. And Last Hope have next to nothing. They've got one more chance to try and pull this out, but they're lacking the EMP. They're lacking the sound barrier. They've got hope, though.
They've got a coalescence too. A lot of cleave coming through from Ryder, who will be in control, making sure that Last Hope don't come from below. As Aiko's actually going to be playing Bouncer with this Death Loss, and Last Hope have got to be able to spot where he is. Trinket can't use the Diva Bomb, has to keep a hold of defense measures to stop the Reaper from ulting.
Dallas down early. Aiko looking for the Death Blossom to try and close things out here. Last Hope aren't done playing with their food quite yet, though. They still got a sound barrier from 6 feet. They would love to hold that for one more fight right now, but Ryder Esports refuse to give up, continuing to put pressure on getting as many of those ultimates out as they possibly can to try and make this winnable. But Last Hope have done it. They're in for the last fight of their own.
6 feet has the sound barrier. Lab 78% away from EMP. Also, but just trying to keep Ryder Esports cramped up in these chokes as much
the
as
aggressive
they
push!
can. Very early sound barrier coming through, but there's no EMP to follow it.
EMP, the bomb's in, doesn't find anything. Last Hope, could that be it? Who's there to touch the point? I don't think Abdallah got it. There's one person lagging around. Make that 3 actually for Ryder, but it's easy pickings, Moxie. Last Hope returned it around. What a gorgeous aggressive push to tie this one up 1-1.
Lab is kicking themselves right now. That early sound barrier coming through from 6 feet. The EMP is beautiful. It hits the entirety of Last Hope, and you don't have the damage. You don't have the rest of your team to turn all 6 of those targets into the kill feed. You've got to ask yourself. 6 feet knew that Sombra charge. The ultimate economy, the shot calling coming out from Last Hope is absolutely amazing to understand. You have that slight window where you can use sound barrier, push in aggressively, stop Ryder Esports from coming in through that EMP, so you have ultimates. You can channel that Sombra to make sure that she doesn't come through with EMP, and the rest of Ryder Esports use it as an initiating tool. You've got to find that same magic. You manage to pick up downtown, you pick up the entire series.
Everything is on one map right now for Ryder, and they're keeping this composition. They believe in it. And you know what? I believe in it as well. They've got a shot here. Whether or not they seal it out is only up to them. First stick matters so much for these teams. We've talked about it before, but it is critical to them winning. Ryder opting to move in towards the Mega Pack, get that extra little bit of bonus healing to work with, especially with the Sombra. That can be useful, but Last Hope will continue to poke around at them from side to side, putting in pressure. The pincer maneuvers on. They're fully committing in on this one. Noxious looking for a hack. Plenty of damage on the Reaper. Aiko, Peter, and Abdallah all in a world of hurt, but somehow, by some miracle of God, they are still alive, holding on by a strand of HP. Last Hope decide they need more pressure. They push in. They've got a Coalescence to make it count. Countered by Ryder is used secondary, but Maiden is the first to fall. No main tank for either side now. 6 feet nearing up on a sound barrier that could seal this whole thing out.
6 feet going to use that sound barrier, and Ryder Esports, they don't have it of their own. Hopeful trying to use that Death Loss and get them. Ryder Esports trying to disengage with a beautiful boop coming out from 6 feet to push them right into that Reaper ult's path. And we saw so many ultimates coming out from Last Hope. They wanted to win that fight. They won it, but at a huge cost. And Ryder Esports kept a hold of their ultimates. They just have to be able to safely get onto this point. And Last Hope are going to be doing everything they can in their power to make sure that that does not happen.
The EMP can go out wherever they want it to. It's got 2 members, the Moira and the Monkey. Need to be careful though, crossing the Death Blossom. very dangerous and NSG so without losing anybody, but they didn't kill anybody on the Ryder side either when they used that. And Abdallah over top! Ryder now with a two-man advantage in the fight. Let's close things out. Echo is donezo, more like. Off the edge he goes, and Ryder should be taking control of the point following this. Autumn Souls is still in it, though. I mean, that's a big commitment to go in with the Coalescence, but they can at least try and contest one out. Find one more frag, and they can fully commit to the recontest.
Ryder Esports forced to use Primal. So there goes all of that stagger stall potential that would have been available to them in this next fight, and that means that Noxious just needs to come in with the EMP. As Avenue hits that Coalescence, and Lost Hope can just push forward aggressively in Ryder Esports, they just don't have anything to stand up to keep themselves on this point, to stall out for that point percentage to equalize.
Allow me.
Ryder Esports could move in aggressively here. Honestly, avoid that EMP like your life depends on it. Pressure down the high ground. Make sure nothing bad comes out of it. There's the EMP. Moria's dodge at Coalescence still online here for Ryder. And it's kept them alive, gotten them two. Even with the EMP, Last Over struggling to find the frags. In fact, they're not able to find much of anything as Ryder hold on. 50% just ticking over. And they're looking to try and put one up on the board.
Avenue doing a wonderful job of outdistancing that EMP so the Coalescence can come through, even though the front line from Ryder Esports get hit by the Sombra ultimate. The Moira is there to keep everybody up and alive, and now Lab is racing towards an EMP of their own, and that cannot come out before Last Hope have been able to hit this point. 6 feet so close to that sound barrier. It is an absolute knife edge separating these two teams from just walking aggressively onto that point.
Lab's got the EMP. The sound barrier needs to hide from it right now. EMP's over top, and 6 feet managed to get it off. Trades out for Noxious, though. It may not have been worth it. They're lacking in damage, and Ryder are pushing it back in. Death Blossom, hopeful, takes out Echo. Peter taking out his own counterpart. It's 1-for-1 trade. Point, remember, still in control by Ryder. And it's all up to Last Hope to finish off this fight cleanly to make sure they're able to take that point. It's going to be bomb used on point to buy time for Train Cloud. Last Hope, though, slowly falling behind.
Ryder Esports using both support ultimates as well, knowing that even if they lose this fight, they are going to get 99% of the point, and if you use both support ultimates, you can get your rest of your team to come and stagger through. Faded is popping the primals, trying to buy all of the time necessary for the reinforcements to come out. But Ryder Esports, no one's dealing with Avenue.
The Cavalry have arrived, Mox, and even with an EMP landing onto all four members that are currently on point, this fight is far from over. Last Hope out of time. They bought enough time that Spawn should be coming in for both Autumn Souls 6 feet and Hopeful. They've taken the point over as well. Ryder Esports respect it and back off. But was that the right move?
Oh, stagger onto Abdallah in the Baby Diva phone, but Ryder Esports just need one fight. Kabima so close to that sound barrier. If Peter hits the primal and they move forward with sound barrier, they have so much stall potential. Last Hope are going to be clinging to these ultimates. Have got to keep something in the tank for when Ryder Esports push in, otherwise they are going to lose through a duration fight, and that is not where they want to be.
Oh, an aggressive push with the sound barrier. They've layered the ultimates. They need to make it count right now, Moxie. Coalescence is in, and Autumn Souls, as well as EMP. Everybody's throwing in everything they've got. Only the self-destruct remains for Abdallah. We've seen it pick up 2 before, and it could end the entirety of this map right now. Last Hope slowly bringing out players one by one as they desperately try to put damage in to keep themselves alive. Labs EMP, though, this should definitely seal out the map.
Last Hope, can they even get the touch? They lost so many members. Noxious tries to go for the translocate on, but it's not enough. Ryder Esports keep themselves alive. We talked about it. We said how important it would be that Last Hope did not lose, did not put in too many ultimates, kept something back. So in the duration, when Ryder Esports spin that fight out for as long as they possibly could, as they've so commonly done so previously, Last Hope, they layer up everything. They go for that aggressive initial burst. And unfortunately, they just don't win the fight fast enough. Ryder Esports able to just keep spinning that yarn, keep themselves on in this series.
I'm not gonna lie. When Ryder decided that, okay, it's time for us to back out, I thought they had more gas in the tank. I thought they'd go for it. I thought it was such a risk pulling out, but they made it worth it. That last fight was gorgeous. They're taking us the distance, Mox. It's gonna take a reverse sweep to pull this one off. That is just absurd to think about when it comes to Ryder, but they're halfway there.
There's so much potential as well. Now that both teams have figured out how each other plays. You're seeing it come into action. We're seeing so much adaptability coming through, whether it's how to deal with the Sombra, whether it's how to deal with the flanks, whether it's in the ways that ultimates are exchanged, on how points are approached, that one side isn't actually going for the point first and is instead trying to secure the ground around it so that they can dictate the pacing of the fight to come rather than the fight that they're currently in. There is so much thought process going into every single interaction between these two teams.
All Last Hope look good. Ryder have made it dead even. Ladies and gents, it's 2-1. Remember, Last Hope still at match point. We're going to go to a quick little break. We finish up in halftime. We'll be coming back for Oasis in just a sec. Oh, never mind. No break. Apologies. We're still going to next map. Will be Oasis, but it's definitely going to be a tough one here for Last Hope.
I think it's really going to depend on which map we see and who is able to pick up that really hallowed, sanctified ground when it comes to Oasis high ground. Ryder Esports have shown a very good sense of control and spacing. Last Hope 2 have really jostled and vied to try to take control of all of these. Very much X marks the spot for immediate fight win. And so we are going to have so much brutality, so much of a slugfest in this first engagement. Whoever is able to hit that ultimate, and it has been the tale the entire series, Autumn Souls versus Avenue, whichever Moira's Coalescence comes in clutch, they're the team that walk away with the map underneath their belt.
I mean, it's been dead even between those two, the thing. They're getting up so quickly because their teams are taking so much damage. It's the same reason why Eiko and Noxious and Lab are able to get their ultimates up just so obscenely quickly. These fights are brutal. There's damage going down everywhere, and it's hard to understand, right, for the normal player who just, you know, you're going in used to playing against average players. The amount of damage that's being thrown against these tanks and DPS players is absurd right now. Their lives could be ended in just a matter of a quarter second, and the second they make a singular slip up, they come up big. That's why the supports are so important, though, Mox. That's exactly what you're pointing out. It's for making sure that that quarter second lasts a quarter second instead of maybe a tenth. You know, and that's the kind of differences that we're working with right now. It's so close between these two.
And it's with Moira too. And Moira, every single thing about Moira's kit hinges on resourcement management. It is so hard to know how much to heal, how much to damage. Even, you know, you see the forums, everyone complaining, oh, there's a DPS Moira, she refuses to heal me. Both of these guys, Avenue and Autumn Souls, have such a good read of this hero. The fades, the coalescences, the resourcement management that we are seeing. Slightest millisecond of a difference coming into those Moiras is an absolute ripple that turns into a tsunami as we head to Oasis University up first. Neither of these guys opting for the Reinhardt, both opting for that very aggressive in-your-face dive. Sombra, Reaper, Mirror.
On point, Last Hope with control. Again, Ryder Esports opting to fall themselves into the smaller room, taking a ton of damage on the way. It's Eiko who's the one to be punished for all that. Fantastic bubble, though, by Faded actually cuts the supports away from the rest of the team. They need to move forward, but they don't have the space to do that. Abdallah falls, and so does the point. Last Hope are going to maintain control.
Last Hope starting to pick up that point percentage in just a couple of seconds left. Very close to that EMP though, so we've already seen these control maps be a little bit more like a Cecil than we used to though. That could very quickly start to happen in this next fight if Autumn Souls is not able to distance themselves far enough away from this EMP to keep that coalescence going.
Avenue and Autumn Souls, same exact time. EMP's over. Well, Avenue doesn't get to use theirs. It's a sound barrier. Still loaded up. They're 6 feet. Last Hope looking fantastic. This is extremely efficient from them.
I'm gonna stop being surprised when these Moiras are able to just pop coalescence in the middle of a full team EMP. Because that's exactly what Autumn Souls does. It's everybody barring that Moira. Keeps the team alive. As Ryder Esports will be moving in with an EMP of their own. Avenue has the coalescence to follow up with the aggression that they want, and Lost are taking a big step backwards.
Aggression is in the name of Ryder Esports. Death Blossom now to try and buy space. Eiko can't quite get in appropriately. And again, the first to fall in the fight when Ryder continue to lose their Reaper. How do they expect to find these frags? They need more. Throwing in self-destruct as well. Last Hope is going to continue to hold on to this point. All this time, percentage is ticking up. 60% to their name, and Ryder refused to give up this point.
Last Hope, 67% accrued. Ryder Esports not backing out as cleanly as we used to seeing this team, and now it's Last Hope the ones chasing for these scraps, trying to make sure that that percentage just continues to build without any sort of contest. Noxious's EMP. This is the standoff. EMP before Kevin Steinberg guarantees Last Hope to fight.
They're going to use it aggressively again. Of course, Kabimas has a well-timed sound barrier to try and keep them alive, but there's still a lot of damage being thrown their way. Hopeful countering, pushing it aggressively onto the Winston. And now it's Deathblock we need to watch. How much DM is there? Not enough to keep Kabimas alive is the answer. Ryder now in overtime, 99-0, dropping down a health bar, but nobody is getting out alive when it's Last Hope fighting for the point. And EMP, it hit 6, but I'll tell you what, there's still 6 alive on point after this. Last Hope, bring us up to match point.
It's that same story. Lab is able to hit the EMP, but Ryder Esports also rushed to try and use it, but there's just no one there for the follow-up. They're already dead because Last Hope did such a good job at separating that Sombra from the team and making sure that the EMP is not available when the rest of the team are. Now we're headed off into City Center. Once again, that high ground, that dive really comes in strong. We're much more likely to see the Sombras try and set up a little bit more of that crossfire, try and separate these fights out into pockets and try and keep the supports distracted, make sure that the healing is just not quite as there as it is in University.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Back on Old Faithful. It feels like these teams have really settled on composition after going around the entire wheel. It's been nothing but this Winston Diva for the entirety of the finals. Again, Ryder this time opting for the point. It's Last Hope down on the side lane. A little bit of a switch up of the roles right now. But again, the biggest things we're watching, those Moira coalescences as well as the charges up to the first EMPs. Right now, it's Lab slightly in the lead as Ryder continue to pressure down through the choke point, getting plenty of percentage to the name. They finally decide to push out though, and on themselves with a big frag on Echo. The Reaper dies first in the fight again. Moxie, main tank should be the next one to go. Look for a hack now. Noxious can't quite find it, but the Winston's dead anyways.
Noxious able to get the hack onto Echo, seals the Reaper's fate. You can't fade out, you can't teleport, and Last Hope, as soon as that hack comes through, just turn their attention to the Reaper. He's gone. There goes the damage, there goes the threat, keeping that dive at bay, and Last Hope take a step forward. Ryder Esports, though, have been able to hit both the Coalescence and the EMP, so Autumn Souls once again going to have to keep themselves safe, as Hopeful's going to be hiding up in the high ground, and to make sure he doesn't get hit by the EMP either.
There's the first EMP, a sound barrier to counter. If they buy time for Noxious right now, they should be able to get a counter EMP up, in, over the top. And that's what you were worried about. It caught 3 as well as Kabimas. Most importantly, the Lucio dropped low, nearly out of the fight, has the sound barrier of his own online, but doesn't have enough time to cast it before his teammates go down.
Ryder Esports will be coming into this next fight with a sound barrier, but Last Hope currently hold all of the cards in their hand. Hopefully we'll be able to set themselves up with this Death Blossom on the high ground to just drop down on an unsuspecting Ryder Esports, try and pick up a kill, a frag before this fight begins, and Last Hope with control of that point with this Primal Rage can just stagger this out for as long as they want.
Again, that's the 3rd time in a row the Reaper has fallen first, Mox. This is not good for Ryder. They've got a sound barrier. They're fully committing to this fight right now. But it's what you really need to look out for is Kabimas going down. Using the sound barrier, not getting any value out of it. Last Hope are making this one hurt.
Soundbar trying to counteract that Primal Rage, keep the team alive so that Lab can use this EMP after Last Hope have burned themselves out. But now, you don't have anything to really engage on the back of this EMP. You can wait for Avenue to hit this Coalescence, but that is precious percentage being burned out by your own willing hands.
Last Hope, last fight for Ryder Esports. EMP has to be big from Lab. Sound barrier's dead. It did not hit the Lucio. Every single time 6 feet has been there. Hopeful pushing in. It's a Death Blossom. There's nothing in his way. It's nothing but a red carpet on to victory right now. As it gets 4 Coalescence and just trade back onto the next. But there is very little hope for Ryder as overtime ticks down and we crown ourselves a champion.
We said it. The biggest step that you can take into winning any of these control maps, though, is winning that first fight. especially if you're running dive, because you just get to stay there so stubbornly, like a limpet attached to a ship, completely refusing to give up ground, completely refusing to give over that percentage. And every single time Ryder Esports had to walk into the high ground, onto the point, into the EMPs, whereas if you're last hope, you can disengage, you can give up the space, you can let Ryder Esports try and move forward with Coalescence and EMP and let them burn themselves out, play their own ultimates out of their own hands, and then come back in when they're out and when that fight is yours for the taking.
I mean, I got one thing to say. I feel like that was well-deserved by Last Hope. Every single time, they kept it close to their chest. They held their cards well. Every single sound barrier from 6 feet was right on point. The final ultimate was perfect. And again, their fight planning felt unmatched. You can feel in the leadership and the calling for this team that so much of it does come from that planning. They stick to it. They believe in it. And by the end of the fight, they come out on top.
It's that lightning focus snap as well that you can see the moment a little bit of an opportunity, the slightest positioning mistake comes through on the other side. 6 people work as one. It is a hive mind of a team, and that shot calling, I would love to be in the comms. I would love to know who is calling the shots, because my goodness, something was going through the comms and everybody else was listening, because they take their focus from the frontline fight to the hacked out Reaper or to the completely separated out Moira, knowing full well that if they go in, if they move in as a team, that threat is going to be completely eradicated and the chances at winning the fight instantly step up by a good 10-20%.
Yeah, I mean, it's those little things that compound for Last Hope. Even though, yes, they do find their ways to get themselves big advantages in fights, a lot of the time, it really is the little things, right? Who specifically are you hitting with your EMP? Not only is it hitting 6, it's also hitting the Lucio, and then they're killing the Lucio before he gets to cast his sound barrier. Or they're ending fights quickly when they need to and making them last long and baiting Ryder into scrappy little things that are never going to end in their favor to get more percentage. It's those little bits that ended up adding up into a Last Hope victory.
Yeah, and completely well deserved. If we had to pick anyone for MVP, I've obviously got to give a shout out to Autumn Souls. That Moira just being able to keep Coalescence up as many times in these fights. We're seeing it on your screen right now, just popping Coalescence, everyone on critical HP buffeted back up to full, even in the face of an EMP. And that didn't just happen once, that happened every single time we saw a Sombra ultimate. The tanks created space, the DPS came up in the kill feed, but my goodness, the supports were doing their job and then some.
Yeah, it was solid stuff. I just want to get word real quick. We should have an interview on the back end of this real quick. Just checking with my producer. All right, we're just working on the interview. It should be with Autumn Souls, which is actually a really interesting take. A lot of the time, we talk about it, or we interview a lot of people, Mux, you and I, and a lot of times we're getting whoever's IGLing, or sometimes a DPS, whoever was a star player for that match. And as much as Autumn Souls is a star player, I feel like it's always a really interesting sort of perspective to get from the support, because a lot of the times those plays are based off them. They're the ones calling either ultimates, they're the ones calling timings for things, and I really want to look into what it's like, because whether it was a Lucio, whether it was Autumn Souls on the Moira, it was consistently perfectly timed, every single one of those ultimates. And I just want into the shot calling. That's all. I just want a little look-see into what it's like in that team environment.
Yeah, just give us a little bit of an ear into those comms, because you look at Overwatch League, right? Some players are traded, yes, because mechanically they're extremely gifted and they are up there in tier 1, but also shot calling ability or ultimate tracking, and that is something that we saw so many times coming out from Last Hope, knowing the state of economy that the other side was on, knowing to keep a hold of those utilities, or coming in as a team with those shot calls. And fingers crossed, we're hopefully going to be able to get a little bit of an earful into that.
You know, I mean, I want to step away from this match. I want to look at the entire day, because I think this is by far the highest level of competition that we've seen here ever. And I don't even know if it's close at this point. It was just solid play for all of 8 Burst, Last Hope, and Ryder. I mean, and then you look down the bracket, you look at the people that fell out. I mean, so Pogfish were down there. Update the roster, or refresh the roster, looked really, really stacked. Like, the competition today was just out of this world, and you know it's a good day when Ryder is getting challenged by multiple teams for the title.
Yeah, it was absolutely fierce, and everyone that came into this competition had a real good read on the meta, and I think that really goes to show the state of Overwatch as well. We have seen so many compositions today. I think we've done an entire wheel of DPS. What we saw the Tourbillon, we saw the Symmetra for those original teleports. We've seen Tracer, we've seen Reaper, we've seen Sombra, we've seen Soldier, we've seen Echo. We've seen pretty much everything that you would expect to see, and even some things that you wouldn't expect to see coming out from these teams as they try and pick holes in the other person's compositions and expose some weaknesses, turn their own strengths into absolute gargantuan wins. We've even seen the Mei come through, and it's been a very long time since we did hop into that time machine and get to see the Mei Kree Reinhardt combination all mashed up and run around on places like Nepal. And it just goes to show that these guys, they've been leaning into so many compositions, they've run into so many heroes, so many tactics, so many scrim hours, I am sure, and it is all paid off because they have been playing some exemplary Overwatch today.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that, like, these players, I mean, they've been through all those metas. Those are now in their arsenals of compositions they can pull out, even if it's not technically meta, right? The double shield came out, and it's up for debate whether or not that's meta with the Brig buff having come through, but it looked damn good, and they looked really, really clean playing, and then they shift the Reinhardt, they look just as good on that. The dive looked fantastic, and that's been relatively recent. And my hat's off not only to just having seen the composition, but they were played really well. All right, we have Autumn Souls on deck. Wait, let's go ahead and get them in the column. Sorry, Muggs. We've been waiting for this one. Welcome, Autumn Souls. What a match.
Well, that was fun.
I'm glad to hear you had a good time. We were commenting a lot on y'all's performance and your ability to track down and plan for ultimates. I gotta ask, first question, we've been curious all day. What's the fight planning like for you guys? How deep does it go? Because it seems like you guys had a plan for everything.
So right now our fight plan is gonna go. We ult track, see what they have, identify their win conditions, and then we look at what we have, and then we kind of identify where we want to take the fight. So like when either Micro or 6 feet tracked that they didn't have EMP, we just said, all right, we're just gonna go in hard. We're gonna engage with beat, focus her down, and just call target mid fight.
So, Micro and Tracker, obviously your shot callers, but who is, or rather your ult trackers, who is the shot caller on the team?
So right now we have Faded. He does a lot of the pre-fight plans. Myself, Micro. Like for the most part, everybody in our team kind of does plans depending on whether or not they see something they want to do, and they just communicate it with our team.
Now, I got a question. When you came here today, were you expecting this level of competition? Because you guys had a lot of tough matches.
Honestly, I didn't even look. 5 minutes before the match started, I restarted my computer because it crashed, and I was like, I'm just gonna pull the RAM out, and then I ended up playing. Couldn't start my computer back up, so I was playing on a laptop that was going like 30 frames for like the first 2 games. And then I was like, oh, my RAM was just never in all the way when I was trying to put it back in, so that was fun. I was very mad though at the start. Everybody was having fun. I'm just sitting there just really pissed.
All right. Better question then. What was the harder fight, Grand Finals or your computer?
Honestly...
Dangerous question.
When we played them in the finals, but we also played them, I think, in the semifinals of Winners Bracket. And they were a lot better in the semifinal bracket. So that they also had like their main off tank there, so that was probably a big reason why. And they had a ringer in for the finals, but no, like they're super hard matches, and we came off a break after Contenders Trials, so we haven't actually scrimmed yet on live, and we kind of just started counter swapping just based on gut feeling, and it worked out in our favor.
Okay, talking of gut feeling, there was one thing that we noticed you doing absolutely consistently. Every single time there was an EMP coming up from the other side, you were able to distance yourself and pop coalescence. Is there any way that you can figure out where the Sombra is coming? Is there any sort of tactic that you rely on to ensure that you survive that one?
Yeah, so when I'm playing Moira against Sombras, first off, if I know they have EMP, 9 out of 10 times I'm just going to fade out of it, simply just because I know. A lot of the times if I don't, it's just because either somebody's talking and like we're distracted, but like if they have EMP, that's pretty much like my only goal is just focusing on what the voice line when she comes out of her invis, and instantly I know it, depending on where she comes out of cloak. If she's in the middle of our team, she's gonna EMP, so I just instantly fade. Like I've done it in scrims where I'm not even looking at her and she's like behind me and I just fade and get out of it. So normally what we'll do is like most teams will beat to counter it. So then I've just been say if I have Cole, I just wait for it, pop fade, and then I'll throw Horb and then Cole depending on whether or not we need it, or I'll wait until after. So like for me, it's not too difficult if I'm expecting it, simply because like I've trained myself on the voice line, on her movement, and whether or not it would be, in my opinion, a smart EMP. So like if I think she's gonna go in for EMP, there's probably a good chance she will, based on like the situation, whether they're up or down, or what the fight percentage is at in alt econ.
Man, so what I'm hearing is you're just built different, and all of that.
No,
I mean, that's
honestly,
every
like
time.
if people like, I do it just because I practiced it. I don't think it's too hard to pick up, in my opinion. I don't know about other flex supports, but as long as like that's in your mind, you should be fine.
Hey, well, Mox, you can try that out when you're pocketing my right heart next time. We'll see exactly how well it goes. And we really appreciate you popping in for the interview. Huge congratulations. You're going out with a nice pile of cash as well. Any lasting words while we've got you up on the soapbox?
I want to give a big shout out to 6 Feet for ringing last minute. We asked about like 10 different main supports when we were playing in the semifinals, because yeah, Micro had to go to class and he couldn't skip it or he'd fail the class. So or we're just desperate to find somebody. We almost had Frosted. He agreed to help us, and he was going to off-roll off tank to support and all that. So no, 6 Feet kind of popped off, and he really like showed us like where he is today. Just like he's a good player, and like a big part of the finals, like he IGL'd a lot, and we learned a lot from him.
And it's always nice to see a player slip into a team formation that easily. Again, congratulations to you. Thank you so much for popping in for the interview. Ladies and gentlemen, though, that's all we have for tonight. We've got it locked up. We've got our grand finals victor. We've got a completed tournament, Mox. It's been a long, long day of Overwatch. We're ready to wrap things up. Again, finally, I want to thank our sponsor, U.S. Marine Corps, coming in, helping support the stream. The few, the proud, the Marine's been around a very long time. If you guys want to figure out more, find out how you can get involved, check out marines.com for more information. Like I said, as for today, though, that's all we got. Signing off, it's Dorian and Mox. We'll catch you guys later.